Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Yes, you guessed it, it's Champions Week. So you're about to see the best players from the last 4 weeks. They've positioned themselves well over the last month. So let's find out what they can do in Champions Week as the big bucks are up for grabs as it starts on Monday morning. Jared Cole and Robert Owen will get us cracking. Here we go then. 2 of the weekly winners from the last 4 weeks will do battle in game number 1. Starting off with the 36-year-old from South Wales, the former UK Open semi-finalist, and the man who has been playing a lot of darts here this year. Up against the 21-year-old from Hertfordshire, who throws the same weight dart as his opponent. Of course, the younger of the two. And Jared will be looking to continue what he did in week 2 of qualifying for Champions Week. Because he did have a very impressive time of it. This is phase 4, of course.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And our referee today is going to be Charlie Kostafine. Welcome to Charlie, who has the unenviable task of 105 games this week.
100.
But sit down, enjoy. 6 players for your entertainment for Monday in Group A.
60.
And of course, the rules are slightly tweaked for Champions Week. It's still the same for Group A though. Only the winner of the group from Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday will progress to the finals on Saturday. And of course, the finals in Champions Week is where you will be guaranteed money for getting there. And if you win the whole thing,
43.
it will be £7,000. But if you don't win the group, it's not all said and done. Because if you position yourself in 2nd, 3rd
55.
or 4th position in the Champions Week Group A, you will then go to Group B, which will be Thursday and Friday evening.
100.
There await 2 more opponents. Chaz Barstow and Nick Fulwell are in Group B this week. They'll have to wait 3 and a bit days for their bow in Champions Week. But if you finish in the bottom 2 of Group A, you will have to contend with Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland, who has proven to be a very, very good find this year.
44.
Connor Scott,
Robert,
Johnny Haynes and Rob Collins.
46.
Robert Owen has the darts in this best of 7 match. All matches will be best of 7 legs.
80.
Very reminiscent of what we saw in the World Cup over the last 3 days, which was won by Scotland, and many congratulations to Peter Wright and John Henderson for that.
84. Robert, you require 58.
Rob Owen goes for the 58 to start us off. Plenty of room to the right-hand side.
Game shot on the first.
And that's exactly what he finds.
Robert Owen.
18 darts to start your campaign for a Monday. That will do. Now, what can he do on the Jared Cole throw as we go into leg 2? And Jared is in a defensive position.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
When it came to qualifying for Champions Week, it was never
100.
really in doubt for Jared. I say that with a little bit of a giggle because of all of the weeks that I've commentated on here at the Online Darts Live League, I'd have to say that that was the most impressive performance I've seen.
121.
He blitzed Group A, and then on the finals night, he was undefeated.
140.
He was never really in trouble. As far as Robert Owen's route to get here was a slightly more elongated route.
180.
But it was a little bit further back. It was week 1 for Robert. It was week 2 for Jared.
100.
Will that make a bit of a difference? Time will tell. But Robert came 2nd in Group A in week 1. And then he won Group B. And then, of course, won the whole thing
60.
in week 1 by beating
Jared,
Nick Fulwell in the final.
161.
Good start to this 161 combination.
137.
If you're not going to get it,
Robert, you require 140.
He'll take that. No chance of the 140 being taken by Robert. That's a great second dart.
100.
And a good setup
Jared,
from him.
you require 24.
So early pressure on the throw of Jared Cole.
Game shot on the second
pressure
leg.
does not
Jared
tell.
Cole.
14 darts is a little bit of an effort in the right direction. We started with an 18 darter. We've gone to a 14 now. So this one, starting off the week, is promising.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Just looking at what happened overall in Phase 4 coming into Champions Week.
140.
Of all games played, an average of 85.74, which I believe is a rise in standard over the last month on what we've seen the rest of the year.
96.
You tend to see the overall stat around 84.5, so that's really good from the players. 33.16 on all of the doubles. That's the percentage.
85.
One of every 3 hit is very respectable. We had 872 maximums coming into this match. And of course, we've already had one from Robert Owen, so that makes 873. But I think the most impressive thing is we see maybe another maximum. And get it.
180.
Or the 3 9 darters we've seen in Phase 4. From Colin Osborne, Martin Adams and Richie Burnett. And 2 of those players are playing today.
60. Robert, you require 96.
Everything seems to be going with the throw right now. And Robert is looking strong early, which is a bad sign for the rest of the field.
80.
When he's missing, he's not missing by much. And that may be the Achilles heel of Jared Cole early here. When that first dart sails into the 60,
Robert, you require
everything seems
60.
to flow really well. But when he's searching for scores, it's a lot more difficult. They're brilliant guides.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, if Robert Owen didn't hit that double 8 from those 2 guides that he'd planted on the outside wire, I don't think he was ever going to hit another double 8 in his career. Such good guides and such a good hit.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Just looking at the way that Robert Owen's darts do land in the board.
96.
They kink to the left, so the flight is to the left of the point. As you can see from the way they're going for the treble 20 there. If he hits the outside of the double 16 wire, or double 8, or indeed double 11, all he's got to do is throw the same dart and just let it kiss off the right side of the barrel, which is the way that double 8 was hit.
96.
The most popular result throughout the course of Phase 4 up until today was 4-3.
95.
No real surprise about that one. More than 3 out of 10 games
59.
went to 4-3. And I'm sure that that will be the case this week as well, as the best players go head to head to see who wins this entire phase.
123.
2 and 3 were won by Welsh players. And there is a distinct opportunity for the Welsh to get another title here at the Online Darts Live League in 2021.
96.
Robert Owen, of course,
Robert,
from Wales. Richie Burnett, of course, as well. Kevin Burness lives in Wales. Chance gone.
107. Jared, you require 154.
Not the opportunity of winning the leg, maybe. And he is going to get 3 at double 18.
94.
Let's see if he can
Robert,
get this first dart.
36.
He doesn't really want to hit the outside wire here.
Game shot on the fourth
Straight
leg.
in for
Robert
a 13 dart break, and Robert Owen is looking very, very strong indeed. Jared Cole doesn't know much about defeat in Phase 4, but he's staring at defeat here.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just to emphasise that point, in Phase 4, Jared Cole has played 19 matches, and he has won 16 of them.
180.
I think he's looking at his 4th defeat in Phase 4 right here. Because Robert Owen is averaging 102.
60.
And 3-1 up, looking very assured. Of all of the players today, it is Jared Cole who has the best win percentage in this phase. 84.21%. That is a good 10% better than anybody else. And funnily enough, the next best player
91.
in win percentage is Robert Owen.
$82.
Even when he's having a sketchy visit, he comes up with one big trouble. If you're going to post a ton plus average,
60.
your bad visits have got to be 85s, 96s. That visit where you get one big trouble. He doesn't really need any more trebles to win this match.
137.
But he's got one more. And if he takes the 42 and 2, his average is going to climb even more.
60. Robert, you require 42.
Based on the way he hits the double 16, it should be 10 and double 16. There's that outside wire shot.
10.
And it goes the other side. Plenty of time to work with. An early blow for Jared.
100.
Who will return
Robert,
against Martin Adams in
32.
game number 4. But it should be 4-1 to Robert Owen. And is
shot,
a beautiful
and the
start
match.
to his
Robert
Champions
Owen.
Week. Wonderful stuff from Stack Attack, who really did stack up the legs there with a brilliant performance. Ultimately, his average went just below the 100 mark. But as far as a starting point for the week is concerned, yeah, I'd say that's pretty solid with 40% on his checkouts as well. So watch out for him. He could well be the favourite for this Group A where only one person will go through. Game number 2 will see two stalwarts of the Online Darts Live League in 2021. Champions Week will now begin for Martin Adams and Kevin Burness. Hello everyone and welcome back to our coverage of Champions Week. Group A has now begun and sometimes in Group A we take a little bit of time to get a marker laid down. Well, in Game 1 it has been laid down already by Robert Owen with a 99.93 average. So we now welcome the 65-year-old from Cambridgeshire, Martin Adams, the legend of the game. 3-time BDO World Champion, of course. Up against Kevin Burness, the man who holds the second best average of the year in
First
this
leg,
room.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin has played a lot of darts here this year, but he hasn't played as many games as Martin Adams. 152 games up to this point in 2021 for Kevin Burness, with 105 victories. An overall win percentage of the year of 69%.
60.
Now, if you're winning nearly 70% of your matches, you're going to have done really, really well. And he has done really well. I think this year has done Kevin a lot of favours when it comes to his form.
140.
But as far as Martin Adams is concerned, of everybody in this field, he's played more matches here than anyone.
140.
Martin's won 107 matches, which is 2 more than Kevin, for a win percentage of 63%. It's no accident that they're both in Champions Week again.
78.
Martin got here by winning week 3. Kevin Burness, of course,
97.
is not far removed from being second in week 4, where on Saturday night and early Sunday morning he found his way into a final with Chaz Barstow and was dispatched in less than 6 minutes.
140.
In one of the most impressive performances of the year from the man from Winchester. And we will see Chaz on
60.
Thursday and Friday.
Martin, you require 83.
But these guys know that if they want to bank a big check, they need to get to Saturday first.
51.
And how has that missed?
Kevin, you require 144.
I didn't think there was a gap between that dart and the double.
100.
Kevin Burness
Martin, you
plugs the
require
gap between those
32.
two darts. But Adams, in similar fashion to Robert Owen, looks to hold in leg 1. Again, he finds the gap.
No score.
And somehow doesn't find the double.
Kevin, you require 44.
What a bonus this is. Motown. But he goes for 12 double 16 instead of 4 tops. Now that one's gone in a little bit sideways. And that one's gone in just a little bit. A little bit of salt in the wound there for Martin Adams, because he was very unfortunate not to hit double 16. But unfortunately, it is a break of throw, and Martin Adams now has to find a way back.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Kevin Burness throughout phase 4. 27 games, 19 wins for a very healthy win percentage of just over 70%. So what he's done in phase 4 is very reminiscent of what he's done the entire year. A sign of consistency from the Northern Irishman.
140.
I'm sure I was very disappointed to see Northern Ireland dispatched in the quarterfinals yesterday in the World Cup. Ultimately, Austria were too strong.
59.
England, of course, Martin's country. He has worn their colours as captain many, many times. They were also dispatched by Austria.
100.
But Adams, throughout phase 4, he came 3rd in Group A in week number 3, and then came 2nd in Group B.
81.
And then won the entire week. He did it the hard way. Bullseye if he wants it, but he doesn't.
81.
Sometimes you could question Kevin's counting and some of his tactics. He's a bit of a gung-ho player, and there's nothing wrong with that. He reminds me of Johnny Clayton in that respect.
83.
But on that occasion,
Kevin,
he got it spot on.
40.
Double 10.
Game
and he gets
shot on
that
the
one
second
spot
leg.
on.
Kevin Burnett.
When he's ticking boxes, when he's playing well, it's usually on tops and 10s. He doesn't miss those too much. And he's got 2-0 lead here against Martin Adams.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Only two more players to showcase in their first match of the day. They will do battle in the very next match. Richie Burnett, of course, a mainstay of this year's Online Darts Live League, up against Gary Stone, the current Modern Amateur Darts Scottish champion.
60.
There is not one player in this group who wants to play on Thursday
60.
and Friday. There are some weeks where you think it might be of benefit to a player to play on Thursday and Friday to
45.
keep form going, get some reps. But not one player in this group wants to play on Thursday and Friday. They want to have the guarantee that they are playing on Saturday night, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV at 10 p.m. You will not want to miss that. People trying to emulate Burnett,
60.
who won Phase 2. And indeed Jim Williams, who has won Phase 3. I don't think we're going to be seeing much of Jim Williams at the Online Darts Live League in the next 18 months. Indeed, 2.5 years, or maybe ever again, because he is now a tour card holder after winning the UK Challenge
24.
Tour. So his parting shot maybe from the Online Darts Live League was a win. This is great from Burness.
190.
That's the first maximum of this match. And that is maximum number 186 for
60.
the year.
Kevin, you require 156.
Leader of the 180 charts is Richie Burnett, of course. He's got over 250.
81.
That's a slack last start, and that will not please Kevin. He should have been sitting on 56 at worst.
100. Kevin, you require 75.
All will be forgotten and forgiven if he hits double 12. And again on the right side of the board,
Kevin
with
Burnett.
the last dart in hand, he does find what he needs. Here's the instant replay. Straight into the double 6 with no hesitation.
It's Kevin to throw
and it's
first.
a 3-0 lead
On.
for Ironman. Not the ideal start for Martin.
140.
But Kevin doesn't mess around. And if anything this year, his game has got just a little bit quicker. And that with him, for me, is a sign of confidence.
140.
I've said it once, and I will say it again. And I'm sure I'll say it again before the week is out. Playing in the Live League has been a great
100.
tool, a great vehicle for people to go on and do good things. We saw what it did for Keaton Barry last year. We saw what it did for Dave Evans and for Richie Edhouse. We've seen what it's done for Jim Williams
81.
this year. What could it possibly do for Burness? For some of the others? For
100.
Wolfie, who has made this his second home over the last couple of seasons? Could we see Martin Adams win the World Seniors in February? Could he possibly win a world title
82.
at
Kevin,
the
you
Circus
require
Tavern?
161.
If you'd have said that 20 years ago, nobody would have believed you.
91.
It is a possibility, but the possibility of winning this game of darts is becoming very slim indeed.
40. Kevin, you require 70.
Averaging over 92 and sitting on tops for the match
Game.
and
shot,
taking it in
and
one.
the match.
That
Kevin
is
Burnett.
a very assured performance from Kevin Burness, who is fresh off playing from last week. So maybe He's just in a really good vein of form and practice, and in a good headspace, of course. 92.49, and taking advantage of a slow start from Martin, that is job done. We aren't going to take much of a break, but when we do come back, it is going to be our first look at Gary Stone for the week, and he's going to be up against Richie Burnett. This one could be a very good start for their campaign in Champions Week. Well, so far today, it has been heavy defeats for Jared Cole and for Martin Adams. They will feature in match 4, as one of them will get off the mark. But who's going to get off the mark in match 3? As we get our first look at Gary Stone and Richie Burnett. A big warm welcome back for Richie Burnett, who, if he plays any more darts in this building this year, is going to have to take out some form of lease. But Gary Stone is on a high this morning after watching his countrymen Peter Wright and John Henderson pick up the World Cup title in Germany overnight. Can he use that motivation and get a title of his own in Champions Week here? Gary Stone, a very impressive dart player for quite a few years now.
137.
Had a few years where he was lacking a bit of confidence, really, with his game. There's no doubting his ability, but I think Gary would always say that the biggest battle he faces is a mental one with darts. When he's confident, he can be destructive.
41.
And his stats throughout Phase 4 do make for impressive reading. 19 matches, 14 wins, and a win percentage of 73.5%.
100.
But maybe most impressively, out of the company he's keeping today, he has the best running average of 90.65 and is the only person
81.
to be averaging over 90 in all of his matches in this phase. Maintain that, and I think he's going to be in the finals come Saturday night.
81.
Whether it will be through this group or not remains to be seen. But he uses a dart that is a little bit individual.
100.
Bulbous at the end, a bit more pencil-like towards the top of the stem joint. There's a little cocking of the wrist in his technique, and then a nice
60.
follow through.
Gary, you require 142.
Not a great deal of backlift. Looking good for tops.
Game shot
What
on
a
the
start
first
from
leg.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone.
Everybody in the game right now loves that route, but that was a bit of a statement. And in fact, that is Gary Stone's best finish in Phase 4, beating his previous best of 135.
$140.
Just looking through his overall stats for the year, and that is indeed his best finish of the entire season here.
180.
Looking confident, playing confident darts, causing early problems for Burnett. And maybe Gary Stone is the one to watch.
137.
He has a best average of 100.5. Not that I'm putting him under pressure at this early stage, but we want to see the best of these players in Champions Week. They might have scraped through their week to get here
83.
in order to get their hands on the possibility of that big check on Saturday night / Sunday morning. They need to play well in their qualifying group. And Gary is doing that so far.
Richie require 141.
I think Burnett's going to need to find another 141. 45 first. That would have been before the double 18, but he fails to get it.
85. Gary, you require 84.
Does he get a shot at the ball? Yes, he does.
59.
Nice line, just under pitched.
Richie, you require 56.
And Burnett gets that small reprieve, which he really needed.
Game shot on the
Chance
second leg.
for Gary
Richie
Stone has
Burnett.
missed. And a chance taken by Richie Burnett. So maybe he's going to the back of the room now and just having a very long exhale, because it's now 1-1. It could have been 2-0.
Game on.
As for Richie's route here,
100.
he played in week 2 And he did everything the hard way. Played in Group A, came third. He had a terrible Monday. He really didn't get out of the blocks at all on that Monday. But he managed to come third overall by having a very much improved Tuesday and an excellent Wednesday.
125.
He then went to Group B and got third there as well by the skin of his teeth. And then on finals night, he came second. That's where it all counted.
66.
That's what got him here. Gary Stone's route through week 3 was a lot more textbook.
140.
He played Group A. He won Group A. And then on finals night, he came second.
$140. Gary, you require 136.
Another strong scoring leg from the Scot. That 60's almost blocked.
40.
Can't dwell on that too much. If he has had the tiniest bit of a weakness in his career, it's that he has found himself dwelling on things that have happened previously in matches.
80.
But there you go, there's a bounce out or a fallout for Richie Burnett,
Gary,
so it's 1-1 in that
96.
department. That can all be forgotten now, as Gary goes for double 18.
60.
But doesn't find it. This could be a huge steal for Richie Burnett here.
Richie require 130.
I think he's cursing his luck at the fact that he's got 130 here and not something a tiny bit smaller. Got to go top left. That was pure.
87.
And that one was just slightly pulled.
Gary, you require 36.
Double 9. There's not much room left there.
Game
but there
shot
was
on the
just
third leg.
enough.
Gary Stone.
I think if Gary Stone had gone for the barrel there, because they're so thick at the bottom, it would have bounced inside the single 9. But a perfect dart,
Fourth leg,
which gives him the
Richie
lead
to
back.
throw first. Game on.
Good standard today so far. I applaud these players for coming out of the traps on Champions Week. 99 average for Robert Owen.
60.
93 for Kevin Burness, pretty much. Both of these players in the high 90s right now. Don't ever underestimate
95.
the fact that darts players are money mercenaries. When there's money on the line, there's a little flicker in their brain. Tends to light up as if to say, right, now's the time to be really focused.
100.
Gone are the days from 40, 50 years ago, maybe even a little bit less than that, where money matches would happen in social clubs.
180.
It's all above board now. But when there's money on the line, the players who have the ability and the confidence
140.
really do step up to the plate. I've been very impressed with Gary Stone in this match. If he can maintain this sort of standard, I'm not sure anybody will catch him at the end of Wednesday, but there's a long way to go.
140.
And there's a lot more kickback follow-throughs from Richie Burnett to follow as well. There's not much room left there for that 57. It's the tiniest bit unfortunate there for Gary.
Richie requires 61.
Didn't throw any of those darts poorly. A double 18 for Richie. Nope, it's not in. Doesn't matter how many times you look. The referee didn't flinch.
43.
But Burnett does.
Gary, you require 97.
This is not an easy shot. Went for the double, and I think based on Richie's
57.
position, that was the right play.
Richie require 18.
That had some wire on it. When he's missing by the finest of margins. And that will really anger him.
10.
Gary Stone is not only playing well, but he's getting a little slice
40.
of fortune as well.
Game
He
shot on
didn't
the
really
fourth
deserve
leg.
that shot
Gary
at tops,
Stone.
but he got it, and he has taken it as well for a 3-1 lead. So we could have 3 matches with big margins to start us off
Fifth
this
leg,
week.
it's Gary to throw first.
When you get those opportunities, you have to take them.
140.
Because as you regular viewers of the Online Darts Live League know, that by the end of the group, that leg difference might come in handy.
140.
2 points for a win, of course. Nothing for a defeat. But the wider the margin of victory, the better the leg difference it will be for you.
123.
And Gary Stone does not look in a charitable mood. I've always found Gary Stone really watchable.
96.
It's a style that is very much his own.
60.
From a technical perspective, it's a very good throw. There's not a great deal of movement when he throws those darts forward. That's why he's had the success he's had. And we'll go into that in a bit more detail a little bit later on.
76.
But you do fancy he's going to take 178 and 6 darts to get the victory. You fancy it even more now,
138.
as he leaves tops after 12. I mentioned he's got a best average so far of 100.5 in this phase. I don't think
85.
he's going to beat
Gary,
that.
you require 40.
Double 10.
Game,
And he
shots,
won't beat it,
and the match.
but he
Gary
will not
Stone.
care, because he has won by 4 legs to 1, finishing it off with a 15 darter. And as far as starts go, yes, that is very sound indeed. 97.89 in the average. And Richie Burnett, not too shabby with a 94, but ultimately some costly missed doubles in the middle portion of that match. We're going to try and find out someone else who can get a victory now, because 2 people who were defeated in their first match of the day were Jared Cole and Martin Adams, and they will do battle in match number 4. first matches down in Champions Week in Group A, and it didn't go according to plan for Jared Cole and Martin Adams, but now things can go in the right direction for one of them at least, as they do battle in match number 4 coming up now. Heavy defeats for Cole and Adams to start their campaign off in Champions Week, and Richie Burnett has just joined them in that facet. Can they turn the tables around? It's not as if Jared Cole played poorly in his first game. He just got a bit of a slow start. And based on the way he played when he qualified for Champions Week in Week 2, that will be a bit of a shock to the system because he wasn't used to defeat that week. But Adams has done it the easy way.
To throw first.
He has done it the hard way. And in the 65 years he's been on this planet, he's pretty much done it every which way. So he will take it on the chin. And he'll be like darting
96.
Teflon. He'll have washed it away already. And we'll be focused on this next challenge.
$31.
These two have been up against each other for what seems like the last 18 months. We've seen them playing at the Online Darts Live League this year. And of course, from their homes last year, where Jared was famously playing from his conservatory.
85.
Martin famously playing from his home, with a picture of the late Eric Bristow in the background. I'd like to say that
96.
they were the days, but times are really tough back then. Everybody confined to their own homes, and I think everybody today should be very grateful that we don't have to do that right now, because there are people around the world who do have to do
83.
that, namely New Zealand and Australia. So anybody who is tuning in from Oz or from NZ, we send our best wishes to everybody in the oceanic region.
140.
Stick at it, guys. You'll get through this. We've been there, and we don't want to go back. Trust me. It's just not very easy. If we can provide you with a bit of entertainment, whatever time it is, in your part of the world, and it's our pleasure to do so. Good first start. And an excellent first leg from Jared Cole. 111, straight in there, 4-leg 1. It's not that too dissimilar to his best finish in Phase 4, which is only 118.
Second leg, it's Martin.
I expect Jared to hit something bigger than that this week. But as far as his confidence at the start of match 4, yes, that will do.
$45.
Jared's record against Martin this year in this room is pretty dismal. They've met 6 times and only once has Jared won. That was back on the 16th of March. Boy, does that seem a long time ago. Barring one of their games, every single one of them has been 4-2. The other one being a 4-0 victory to Martin Adams, where
60.
He only needed 60 darts to beat Jared, averaging 100.2. But aside that victory on the 16th of March, Martin's had it all his own way.
85.
And I will be fascinated to see what position Martin is in at the end of tomorrow. Is he going to be in striking distance
100
for Wednesday? Because I've always thought that the best case scenario for Martin is to win Group A, have 2 days off Thursday, Friday, and be fresh for Champions Week finals. At the age of 65, playing 6 straight days can't be easy.
96. Martin, you require 91.
Can he put in a 15 darter the same way that Jared did in leg 1? Double 16 will tell the story.
75.
He could have the leg pinched away now.
Jared, you require 105.
No shot at double 16 on this occasion.
57. Martin, you require 16.
And Adams looks at double 8.
Game shot.
Just a
on
bit
the
of a
second
pause
leg.
before that
Martin
one. We
Adams.
held our breath for Martin's sake, and it did happen for him. He's had some trouble down in that region of the board, throwing some good darts, but not getting the result. But on this occasion,
Third
he does.
leg, it's Jared throwing first.
When I was listening to the radio this morning, of course, all of the chatter about sport over the weekend was about Cristiano Ronaldo returning, Emma Raducanu winning the US Open tennis,
100.
John Henderson and Peter Wright winning the World Cup of Darts, Billy Horschel winning the PGA Championship at Wentworth yesterday. No matter where you looked, there was sport going on.
134.
And of course, on Saturday night / Sunday morning, we had the Week 4 finals of the Online Darts Live League, where we had the third best average of the year in equal terms
100.
by Chaz Barstow in the final against Kevin Burness, averaging 111.33. An astonishing display in less than 6 minutes.
140.
Adams needs something sizable here.
100.
That's not big enough. Now, if Jared is going to miss that first dart,
60.
he'd much rather it was just above that treble 20. He is still able to build a score from that. Whereas if he misses low, like Martin just did there,
83.
he can't build a score as effectively as Martin can with a low dart.
121.
Got to go 11. Bullseye.
91.
Delicious line.
Martin, you require
Just a bit too much
118.
in the way of clubs there, Jared. Needed to go one less. Not part of the plan.
15.
And he only comes up with 3 5s.
Jared, you require 30.
Double 15 for Jared Cole. Double 6.
Game shot on the
Positive.
third leg. Jared Cole.
When you see a player hit the top half of double 6, just like here, that is a positively thrown dart.
Fourth
If you
leg,
go way
it's
too
Martin to
low or
throw
way too
first.
high, you will
Game
bust
on.
the score, of course. But that, for me, is a good sign for Jared that he is throwing well today. Cole averaging 91 right now.
83.
Adams in the mid to high 70s, which is quite reminiscent to what he did against Kevin Burness.
59.
These players do have a monitor in their practice room, and they will see these games. If they see someone who is not having a great day so far,
190.
they may put a target on their back when they play them, as if to say, I've got to get the points against you. Well, Martin's had a target on his back
92.
for 20 years. It's nothing new for him. But maybe his first maximum in his last visit of the day might just signal
60.
that he's starting to click in to what he needs to do. Needs another.
140.
That would have set it to 350 which we've only seen once this entire year in the Online Darts Live League. It happened all the way back in Phase 1 from Andy Jenkins. And nobody has been able to repeat that. Just goes to show how rare it is, that 350 because we've had one of them and we've had 5 9
Martin,
darters.
you require 93.
26 left. And Jared Cole has got a great chance for a 3-1 lead here.
85. Jared, you require 65.
Possibly maintain this trend of wide margins. Is he going to go 3 again? Yeah, it's double 6 again.
Game shot
Superb.
on the 4th leg. Jared Cole.
The previous effort at double 6 was in the top bin. This one was in the middle. Middle stump out of the ground. A sensational dart to take a 3-1 lead.
To throw first.
And Wolfie is looking quite forlorn at the end of the room there. And he could well be the first player to have been defeated twice this week. $140. Got to give a shout out to some other players as well who had some action over the weekend. The new WDF world number 1, Brian Raman of Belgium, who picked up a title yesterday, winning the England Open. And Neil Duffman, who has played at the Online Darts Live League this year, picked up the England national singles. So congratulations to those two. Not to mention Dieter Hedman and Fallon Sherrick, who picked up titles of the weekend. Congratulations to those ladies who are gaining form ahead of the Women's Series, which starts very soon. The ladies will be looking to book their Ali Pali tickets
100
in the coming weeks.
Jared, you require 117.
Best wishes are sent to all of the players competing. But it's tops.
97.
And that was for the match for Jared Cole.
121.
$51 is needed. And a 51 is not found.
57.
It's been an improved performance from Wolfie.
Jared, you require 20.
But it hasn't been good enough. Wow. How far over can he go? Well, he does find the angle eventually. And Jared Cole inflicts another heavy defeat to Martin Adams in this one by 4 legs to 1. I'm very surprised by what I've seen today so far. 4 matches. We've seen 1 bagel already and 3 4-1 results. 94.5 and a high check out of 111 there with 44% on the doubles is an improvement for Jared Cole. So he's got himself at the crease and in now. As far as the next one is concerned, it will be our 5th match of the day. It's an all-Welsh affair as Robert Owen now takes on Richie Burnett. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Thank you for joining us today. And it is time for an all-Welsh clash, as match number 5 will bring to a close our first third of today's action. Quite bemusing at this late stage of 2021, as we're going into almost the autumn time here in the UK, that these two have not met here this year. This is the first meeting of the two from South Wales, and indeed only the second meeting that I could even find in all of the time these two have been playing darts, which I find quite flabbergasting. I'm sure they've met in local stuff in South Wales, but this is very, very important for their chances in Group A. The clock is ticking on what they could possibly do. And it may be the early stages of Group A, but with this kind of company, you can't afford to be giving points away by big margins.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
So far, big margins are the order of the day. The closest match, 4 legs to 1. And Richie starts with a 4 and a 1, a 41.
$61.
Robert will be very pleased with the way he started today, averaging just the tiniest bit under 100, beating Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1.
95.
Fixtures will be flipped, of course, for Tuesday, and the matches that you're seeing right now will take place in the latter part of Tuesday. So Robert Owen versus Jared Cole will be
60.
the anchor game for Tuesday's session, which again will start at 9:30 AM tomorrow. A big shout out to everybody who is tuning in via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker today.
59.
Please remember to gamble responsibly. Remember, it is for people over the age of 18 only, and begambleaware.org for more information. But I'm sure there are plenty of you tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube channel, which has seen its fair share of interviews and live lounges
60.
and all sorts of other content over the course of the last few weeks. The live lounge will, of course, return tonight, where plenty of World Cup fat will be chewed.
26.
Don't forget about that World Cup yesterday, that 3 of the 4 finalists qualified for the Grand Slam of Darts via making that final. Rodriguez, Sulevic and Henderson
83.
will all be at the Aldersley Leisure Village in November, alongside Peter Wright, who had already qualified, of course, via winning the World Match Play.
140.
These two players are looking to qualify for the finals night on Saturday. And maybe their ambitions after this week are to potentially
60.
get back on tour in 2022. But they have to maintain form between now and the end of the year. And if they can do that, Q School will be at their mercy.
137. Richie requires
Great setup from Rob Owen, who's had a slow start in this leg. Burnett needs a big treble. And he can't find it.
37. Robert, you require
Last time Robert
36.
Owen was here, he took it in 1 dart. That might be a help.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
was.
first leg.
What
Robert
a wonderful
Owen.
camera angle, and you get a second shot of it right there, because the dart just glides to the right-hand side of the marker. And I tell you what, if that marker wasn't there, I'm
Second
not
leg,
sure
it's
it was
Robert
in.
to throw first. Game on.
You have to know how your darts behave.
60.
And if you know that, you can see from that camera angle just what kind of angle Robert Owen is capable of with those darts. That stacking effect,
60.
which his nickname is all about. They go in point, flight to the left. And his ideal lie is low in the 60. And as soon as he gets it, he's just got to push those darts through the air. And they stack on top of each other. It may look a little strange,
95.
but the more you see it, the more it makes sense. I'm seeing Robert Owen playing right here
190.
maybe as well as I've ever seen him. And back in 2018 and in 2017, he was playing some pretty decent stuff.
42. Robert, you require 81.
Plenty of time to be holding through here.
Game
But he
shot
needed
the
no
second
time
leg.
at all.
Robert Owen.
That is the best leg we've seen all day so far. An 11 darter that was never in doubt. 2 maximums in the leg, an 81
leg, it's
checkout
Richie
after
to
those
throw first.
maximums.
Game on.
It doesn't get much better than that. If you have a leg like that to give yourself a 2-0 lead
140.
and you don't feel really good about your form, what is wrong with you? You can't ask for much more. But the way he's playing today, I expect him to hit a 9 darter.
180.
I was put on the spot this morning by our production crew, and they did ask me,
140.
who's going to win this group? And I looked at the fixture sheet for at least a minute before I even considered an option. I'm not going to say that I said Robert Owen because I didn't.
85.
I did consider him, but I said I think Gary Stone's going to win this group. I'm not going to change my mind.
100.
But based on the way that Robert Owen has played and the way they're both playing in this leg, I think it proves why I stared at that fixture sheet for so long.
45. Richie, you require 41.
Great response from Burnett. Double 16.
Game
And
shot
it's
on
an
the
11
third
darter
leg.
from Richie Burnett this
Burnett.
time. What are we getting at this early stage from the 2 Welshmen? Sensational darts, and the averages just keep climbing.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
You would expect
83.
that 3 legs in, 2 11 darters, that the averages will be massive. Well, you'd be wrong, because the first leg
140.
was not a peach. That's what's brought the averages down. But if they can maintain a good 15 dart standard from here, the averages will get very close to 100.
85.
If you are playing in Champions Week, which I never have, of course, I haven't played in the online Darts Live League this year.
140.
But I understand the complexity that when you start on Monday morning, there is a portion of your darting brain saying to you, bed yourself in for the whole
99.
week. You might have to play for 6 days. Playing the Live League in 2020, we played a lot of 6-day weeks. They were very hard.
60.
And you found yourself doing very little on a Sunday. If you think playing darts for 6 days is easy peasy, you'd be wrong. No matter how old or young you are,
60.
you will have
Richie require
sore knees,
161.
possibly a sore back. And the older these players are, the more I applaud them, because the harder it is.
95.
It's where good technique comes into things and good recovery. That's one thing Richie's been very good at in his career. You might not know that he's a very good swimmer.
60. Richie requires 66.
Should be treble 10 here. Takes care of the 6. For 2-2.
26.
Fine margins
Robert,
right
you
here.
require 114.
There's a huge difference between 3-1 and 2-2. And it's more likely to be 2-2 now.
38. Richie require 40.
If he misses, he'd rather miss high.
Game shot
Well,
on the fourth leg.
If in
Richie
doubt,
Burnett.
don't miss at all. 2-2 it is. Richie Burnett is starting to look a little bit better than he did earlier. And we're going to get a game that's going to go into a little bit further.
Fifth leg, it's
not
Richie
gonna be
to throw
4-1.
first. Game on.
4 games down, 3-4-1 victories, 1-4-0. And for the first time, someone's got 2 legs minimum in defeat.
$140.
I think I put the hex on things at the start of play by saying that the most popular victory was 4 legs to 3, which indeed, leading up to today's play,
100.
accounted for 31% of matches.
$140.
I'm sure there are some very young darts fans wanting to tune in today, but if you're tuning in on your smart device sneakily while you're at school, get back to
100.
work. Of course, we want everybody to tune in if they can, but if you're at school watching this, be careful. Go back to class.
140.
Dart players are known for being good mathematicians. They know their 3 times table, their 2 times table, their subtraction.
100. Richie require 81.
But Richie's trying to add up to 3 here. Double 18. We'll see him in front.
63.
Based on the way this game has gone, I think Richie Burnett deserves a lot of credit for withstanding what Robert Owen has done.
100.
Can't afford any more
Richie
mistakes,
require
really.
18.
Options. Takes the split.
14.
And he will not be best pleased with that ever. Just look at the gap between those 2
Robert,
darts
you
at
require
double 4.
101.
That's what will really displease him the most. However, that could have
85.
made him feel a lot worse.
Richie require
At
4.
least he's coming back. It's not in, and you just wonder what's the better angle.
No score.
You just question whether he should have gone to the left, but never second guess a world-class
Robert,
dart
you
player.
require 16.
He waves it off and thinks that he's behind again,
Game
which
shot on
he
the
is.
fifth leg.
Robert Owen with a key break of throw there for a 3-2 lead. He's doing a very good focused job of just doing his stuff, but now Richie Burnett has got to do all the yard work once again.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And he's having a moment. He's taking a tea break at the back, leaning against the wall.
85.
That's not a luxury that any stage player has. There's never any walls to lean against, just when you need them.
60.
Allow me to thank everybody for the support that you have shown the Online Darts Live League in 2021. We really do hope we've provided you with some
60.
entertainment through lockdowns, through some of your late work shifts and indeed early shifts. But everybody who has tuned in 2021, we really do thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
60.
We've loved your company. And there's plenty more to come before Christmas. There might even be some big news coming your way in the next few days. About an addition to one of our weeks. I'll be here for the first 3 days this week. And then Chris Murphy's going to take over for the end of Champions Week. I just wonder, with such a packed schedule for the rest of the year, which players are going to be here? Have a think and maybe get back to us and contact us at Darts Live League. Or indeed, you can tweet me at the Asset 180 if you so please.
60. Robert, you require
Robert Owen
110.
is in position for a second win of the day. To be the first player to 4 points in the group. He finds it with no error whatsoever. And 15 darts is enough to seal the deal in 6 legs. There you go. A textbook 110 checkout, a pursing of the lips, and a beautiful double 16 to get things done. It's not his best performance, but if that's going to be B-game darts from Robert Owen this week, he's going to be very troublesome for a lot of these players. The checkouts, 57%. Yes, I think that was the best statistic from that match. Match number 6 is incoming, and this one's going to be fast and furious because it is now Northern Ireland versus Scotland with Kevin Burness against Gary Stone. Not too much of a break between that match and this one, and we don't really need a break, so let's get cracking with the next one, shall we? It is Gary Stone and Kevin Burness in match number 6. Interesting choice of colours today from Gary Stone. I was positive he was going to wear his tartan shirt today in support of the World Cup efforts of Hendo and Snakebite overnight, but he's decided to go for the Dutch orange. With the 40-year-old
first leg, it's Kevin to throw
will
first.
look to do exactly what Robert Owen has just done. And we are guaranteed to have someone on 4 points with Robert Owen after this. Because these two managed to find a win in their first match of the day.
$125.
These two do not wait much when it comes to throwing. It's going to be fast and furious stuff.
140.
And let's face facts. That's the way we like our darts these days. It's all well and good
55.
having deliberate matches, but nowadays we just love a fast game. Especially when it's a good game.
180.
The scoring today from some of these players has been delightful.
140. Kevin, you require 82.
Leaving 181 after 9, and he might not get one more dart in this leg. That's how good this has been from Burness.
62.
He has a guaranteed visit to come back.
121. Kevin, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game shot
Finds
on the
that with
first
no
leg.
messing whatsoever.
Kevin Burnett.
I get the feeling, looking at the way that some of these players are playing towards the middle part of the schedule, I think we're going to get a big average at some point. It could be in this match.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I've mentioned already that this year, Kevin Burness has set a new personal best.
41.
It was best of 7. He won 4-0. And it was 117.2. You don't
58.
register 117 averages without being a fantastic player. Now, with all due respect to Kevin, coming into
96.
this year, I didn't think he was capable of that. We now know that he can, and he may be a player
140.
that is as confident now as he has ever been.
$100.
As far as Gary Stone is concerned, he has a personal best average on record of 101.61.
133.
He can do a lot better than that. I would be very surprised if we didn't get a personal best from Gary this week.
Kevin, you require 170.
But the key thing you need from games like this is points.
98. Gary, you require 124.
You might need this. He's not going to get it. And he's got a blocked bed as well.
92.
Didn't matter.
Kevin, you require 72.
One dart at tops.
Game shot on the
Splendid
second
stuff
leg.
from Burness.
Kevin Burnett.
And when he's on a heater, the Iron Man, he just doesn't stop flying. Beautiful stuff. And on those combinations, he is so good at them.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
When you've watched as much of a player as I have this year in Kevin Burness,
140.
you start to establish what he's strong at doing. When he's playing well, like he is today, those 72s, the 76s, the 78s, they're the shots that he constantly takes out to heap pressure on his opponents. And look at Gary Stone right now. Look at his face.
125.
Every time he turns around, he's seeing Burness in the treble twice.
140.
And Gary knows that if he doesn't find 4 visit legs in this match, he's going to be on the end of a hiding.
40. 131.
That is a splendid visit from Gary Stone. I applaud it. If I had any more hands, I would clap even more. Because the route was perfect. And he can't get rid of Burness,
180.
whose
Gary
second maximum leaves double 8 after
170.
12. And even when Gary Stone hits a 131
96.
and a 96 to leave 74,
Kevin, you
he's staring at 3-0.
16.
Oh, but it isn't. 3 darts
Gary,
that kiss the
you
wire.
require 74.
And that may be the reprieve that Gary Stone required. Double 16.
Game shot on
Really,
the third
really well
leg.
done from Gary,
Stone.
who was taking a couple of hits on the chin in this match. But boy, did he need that. That was as pure a 74 finish as you will find.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
And that break gets him back in the match. Maybe the first dent in the armour
83.
of Iron Man.
$140. 100.
Sometimes you can sit back and enjoy a match without the waffle that comes from my mouth. and just admire
140.
just how good dart players can be with such a pace, with no thought. It's what I like to call
58.
organic darts. There's no messing here. You've got two players who can easily average in 3 figures. And two players
60.
that are very much at ease with this pace of the game. Some players love to play fast games.
135.
Some players want a bit more time to think.
Kevin, you require 161.
But with these two, we have two players who like to play quick.
$41. Gary, you require 125.
Kevin's best effort there. So Gary Stone is back in again, and he's going to need a second visit.
$57. Kevin, you require 120.
Things are getting a bit edgy in leg 4. That was a really difficult dart for Kevin Burness.
42.
He'd prefer to miss
Gary
low
requires 68.
on that 120 shot, but it's got to be 15 bull. It was too risky, and Gary will have to admit that that was the wrong shot. You can't go for the 25 there. It's just too risky.
60.
So in order to get this leg, he's going to need 3 visits.
78.
And he might not get that third one, because it's a 78 combination.
58.
He's been let off the hook.
Gary, you require 8.
Double 2.
4.
Oh, that was close. When that left his hand,
Kevin, you require
he will have
20.
thought that that was in.
Game
The
shot on
edgiest
fourth
leg of the match goes
Kevin
the way of
Burnett.
Kevin Burness, and he is given a chance in similar fashion to what Gary Stone got in leg 3. But it is 3-1 to Burness now, and he's the favourite for the match.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
These two have not played each other in the live league this year, and they have never played each other
44.
anywhere else. This is the first meeting between these two, and they are assured of playing each other 2 more times after this.
140.
The ideal scenario for these two players is that they have at least a 4th meeting.
45.
That could well be, of course, in the same group on Thursday and Friday. If they're going to have a 6th meeting this week,
57.
that is a guarantee that they're both in the finals.
$60.
These two were scary, scary good at the start of this match. The averages have come down towards the low 90s now.
85.
And at the climax of this match, everybody will have played twice.
125.
With 3 more matches to go to see who will top the table after Monday.
60.
For Gary Stone fans out there, of which there are plenty, the one thing to watch out for him when he's playing well is his rhythm. It has to be good.
100.
Everything's got to tick by in the same amount of time. He's a 1-2 player. 1-2. That's his rhythm.
127.
And when he gets it right, he makes it look
Kevin, you
easy.
require 127.
But that exact number, 127, will be game for Burness.
57. Gary, you require 32.
Is it another break a throw?
No score.
Extraordinary. 3 right on the wire.
Kevin, you require 70.
And the forlorn looking Gary Stone might be let off the hook here. That's 45, which leaves 25. 2 8s for the match.
62.
He has missed a few doubles in this game.
Gary, you require 32.
It's on the way again.
Game
But
shot
dart
on the
number
fifth
5
leg.
at double 16
Gary
does
Stone.
find the target. Getting a little bit dicey there it was, Gary Stone. Just waiting for his opponent to miss, and you can't afford to do that in a short format.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
The way to win matches is to not afford your opponent a match dart.
180.
But sometimes you just need that little bit of fortune that your opponent is not going to get there.
180.
And we're reaching another portion of this game where they want to sprint to the line.
80.
That's really unfortunate. That's going to happen now and again with those darts. When they're so bottom heavy.
100.
I've enjoyed this one. It's been very, very good to watch. I'm going to be fascinated to see where they stand
60.
at the end of Wednesday. And based on the talent that we've got coming later in the week, I have to be honest. I'll be surprised if I don't see both of these guys on Saturday night.
180.
But look at this. 41 after 9 from Burness. After missing a match dart. Iron Man could well be bulletproof.
Kevin, you require 41.
To get the job done in 11.
Game
12 will
shot
do.
And the match.
And Gary
Kevin
had only
Burness.
thrown 12 himself. A very, very good leg indeed. Burness was the better player in that match. He was always seemingly in charge of it. 1/3 of his doubles is a little bit better than what Gary was capable of. And that's what got him over the line, I feel. A really good level of play in the first 6 matches. As we go into match number 7, it is Richie Burnett still looking for that first victory in Champions Week. He's up against Jared Cole. This one could be interesting. Stay with us. you are a Richie Burnett fan, you'll be hoping that things pick up right now, because Richie will now play his third match of his 5 of today. He hasn't picked up a victory yet, but Jared Cole has, and he could be a bit of a thorn in the side of Burnett if he continues to improve the way he has done so far today. Started with a 4-1 defeat to Robert Owen, did Jared, and then put things right against the former England captain Martin Adams. Now, what can he do against another legend of the game in Richie Burnett?
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
One of the stars of the future for me, Jared Cole.
100.
It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before the 21-year-old will grace the tour.
58.
Jared Cole being made to look old this Monday compared to what Emma Raducanu did on Saturday. She's only 18.
140.
Time will tell as to what Emma will do for the ladies' tennis game globally. But as far as
100.
Jared Cole is concerned, he was born at the turn of the century, somewhat 5 years after Richie Burnett won the world title. So he won't remember
60.
just how good Richie Burnett was in the 90s. But he will understand the privilege that it is to still be playing against legends like him and Martin Adams.
140.
And he's playing them both today. What a privilege that is for a 21-year-old kid. But the amount of experience that Jared has from the last
45.
5 years, playing JDC, Development Tour, Live League, Pro Tour Darts as well, and Challenge Tour. This is just another day for him now.
59.
And
Jared
nobody looks at Jared
156.
as a gimme. He's a threat.
100. Richie require 144.
It may take some brilliance like this to get Richie going. He's only picked up 3 legs so far today.
40. Jared, you require 56.
You can see the little bits of frustration that are creeping in. Well, that's a slip. It's not the end of the world because he's still got double 12.
Game
And he
shot on
manages
the
to
first
fix it
leg.
straight away.
Jared Cole.
That's a brilliant, brilliant way of looking at things, Jared. If indeed you do find the double, just smile. And then you go and get another double as well. So it is 56 for
Second
a 1-0
leg,
lead.
it's Richie to throw first.
There was a lot made of John
60.
Henderson winning the World Cup last night. Everybody talking about how everybody loves John. He's the nicest guy in darts. I would go with that. He even got a lot of mainstream radio coverage this morning, did John
75.
Henderson, which was well deserved. But young Jared Cole, I have to say it, he's one of the nicest young men I've ever met. He's a multi-skilled lad.
180.
He's not just a very good dart player, but he's a very good cook as well. But there's an example of how good a dart player he is, backing up Richie's 180. That may be a sign for Burnett that he's not going to have anything go easily this week. When he hits a maximum, his opponent comes back with possibly 2.
180. Richie require 161.
Extraordinary scoring from young Jared. He has got Richie Burnett in the hole.
105. Jared requires 66.
Treble 14. Well, that's half the score. Double 16 now.
50.
What a chance that was.
Richie require 56.
To be 2-0 up. Open tops.
Game shot
Leg
on the second
closed
leg.
off.
Richie Burnett.
Well, if you're looking for a little bit of clip art to have double top as your screensaver, why not clip that one up? That one was perfect. Right in the middle. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jared throwing first.
tell how old I am when I'm using phrases like
100.
clip art. Speak to someone of Jared's age, they probably don't even know what clip art is. Oh, how things have changed.
96.
I have to say, it's been one of the biggest privileges of my life watching the next generation come
100.
through. The likes of Keane Barry, John Brown, Jared Cole, and so many other young players. Even the likes of Michael Van Gerwen from the age of 17 to where he is now.
100.
The Nathan Aspinalls and some of the others as well. I am going to be fascinated at the end of this year
100.
to see who takes the World Youth Crown. Could it possibly be defended by Bradley Brooks? Or is somebody else going to get their mitts on that trophy?
123.
Just another one of the plot twists for the end of 2021.
100.
But Jared just keeps motoring on, moseying on. Very steady leave of 101 after 12.
60. Jared, you require
Burnett
101.
not able to get under 100 after 12. And Jared doesn't get a shot at a double.
49.
That will disappoint
Richie
him.
require 122.
And Burnett is still looking for that little bit of a catalyst. Over the top or round the side? Round the side it is. This has got to be pinpoint. Just a bit under pitched.
92.
He's got 92 left.
50.
And Jared should surely
Jared, you
go
require 52.
for 12 in tops here. Double 16.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on
it
the
in
third
2
leg.
darts.
Jared Cole.
I am very surprised he went that way, because when he came through week 2, he was an absolute dude on tops and tens. But maybe he's found something
Fourth
out in the
leg,
practice
it's
room.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Some players have got definitive favourites. Tops and tens, 18s and 9s,
100.
16s and 8s. But there are players who are still trying to figure out which one is more accurate for them when under pressure.
140.
And maybe this week for Jared Cole it's going to be double 16 instead of tops. Great response from Burnett.
180.
He equalises the maximum counter. 2 each now. Oh, how much you would like to equalise the leg counter at 2-2. That's perfect. Has to be a 180. It couldn't have been anything else.
180. $95. Richie required
Jared leaves
41.
170 after 3 visits. But he's been left out in the cold. It's got to be top section.
Game shot on the fourth
Or
leg.
indeed go around the
Richie
corner
Burnett.
like he tried to do with treble 18 in the previous leg. That is a sensational 12 darter from Richie Burnett. He might not get a better leg than that today.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
We'll be hoping that he does, because he, like 2 other people, have had
100.
perfect legs in phase 4. Colin Osborne last week, Martin Adams in week 3, and Richie Burnett back in week 2.
60.
So we are currently on a streak of 3 straight weeks with a 9 darter. Will we make it 4?
100.
I've got to be honest, I looked at my social feeds last week, watching a lot of the clips from last week's games, and somewhat flabbergasted
96.
that Colin Osborne is not here this week after some of the darts he played in last week's group Absolutely astounding. Big finishes, 9 darter, huge averages. I'm sure Colin's at home today wondering how he's not here. That's the name of the game, though. You've got to get through on the finals night, and if you don't, you're not going to be here. 110 left. Straight for it. Oh, it's a 167 from Jared Cole. We just knew that a big one was imminent. Well, that one is as good as we maybe will see all week. He didn't have to go for it.
Sixth leg, it's Richie
but
to
he's a showman.
Game on.
And funnily enough, before play began today,
60.
He had the smallest personal best finish of the phase of 118. He has now got the best at 167.
58.
Robert Owen's 154 was the best of any player today. That has now been beaten.
97.
Jared Cole looks hungry. And he will fancy this. In week 2, as he gets his 3rd maximum of the match, indeed the 6th of the entire game, he will fancy Group A because he won Group A in week 2.
59.
And it wasn't even close. He did only wind up with 24 points in that group.
99.
He will think that it should have been more, especially after getting 20 on Monday and Tuesday. Well done, Richie. 180, number 4.
Jared, you require 164.
But Jared's not going to take another huge finish.
64.
And Burnett is still in this match.
Richie, you require 105.
There's the 5. Doesn't get the 60 required to leave a shot for leg 6. The benefit of Jared being on 100 is that he could get 2
32
on the outer ring.
Jared, you require 100.
Great lie. And he stayed on the 60 instead of the 2 double
60.
tops. That was the right decision. Just didn't execute it.
Richie requires 73.
Double 8 with 2 in hand.
Game
And for the first time today,
Richie
we are
Burnett.
going to the wire to see whether Richie Burnett can get his first win of the day, or indeed Jared Cole gets his 2nd.
7th and final leg. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
And this leads me to a very interesting statistic.
60.
Back in week 2, Jared Cole won 12 games from 15 in Group A. 7 of those games he won by 4 legs to 3. Only once in that entire group was he defeated by 4 legs to 3. And that was by young Nathan Gervin. No matter where you look on the stat sheet for this match, there's quality everywhere. They're both 75% on doubles.
60.
They're both on 4 180s each. 100 average for Cole, 96 for Burnett. Best match of the day by quite some distance.
91.
Not to mention that 167 out for Jared. If he finishes with a 170, Richie will have no hesitation in shaking his hand and saying too good. You can see the pain on Richie's face when he misses that 60 with the first dart.
Jared, you require 170.
Got to go south.
58.
Didn't want to go double switch up to the 18s because you'd much rather have 112 than 113. At least with 112, you can go for the same treble twice.
$60.
Richie fails to register a big treble with his
Jared,
last
you
6
require
darts.
112.
And that might be that.
$60.
Well, Jared is just hesitating a little bit here. He's only scored 118 with his last 6 darts. He'll be counting his chickens
60.
the tiniest bit, but they're not hatched yet.
Jared, you require 52.
It is 20 for double 16 again. That's a nightmare blocker.
20.
Well, if Richie pinches this with a 138, this will be an
Richie,
act of
require
larceny.
138.
What's he going to do?
60 score.
Treble 18. Wow, double 12. And he almost pinches it.
126.
That game nearly deserved
Jared,
that.
you require 32.
And look at the face of Cole. That is the face of relief. He can't believe that he has still got this chance for double 16 in the match. He thought he was toast.
Game,
But he does
shot,
win the match by
and the
4
match,
legs to 3.
Jared Cole.
An astonishing game of darts from both players. Really, really enjoyed that one. 50% for checkouts on Jared's side, 60 for Richie. But he got one match dart in the end at that 138 and just missed out. So it's 3 defeats from 3 for him. But Jared Cole, he's got 2 wins from 3 now. Very much in the frame. Middle match of the day is going to be England versus Scotland. So Adams looking for his first win still. He's up against Gary Stone, who's looking to bounce back after defeat to Kevin Burness. That 7th match was a bit of a spectacle. What is going to be in store for match number 8, I wonder? Well, it is a rematch of a World Championship match from 2012, so let's get cracking with Stone versus Adams. There is your table. 3 players on 4 points. You can see that Robert Owen and Kevin Burness are currently undefeated after their first 2 matches. They will do battle in the very next match. But first, before that, it's a question of whether Gary Stone will join them on 4 points.
To throw first. Game on.
Or whether Martin Adams will get off the mark. 4 is the number, because 4 legs are required in this one. 4 points is possible
83.
for Gary Stone after 3 matches. And when they met in the 2012 World Championship, in Gary Stone's debut,
140.
Martin Adams won by 4-0. That seems like a long time ago.
$100.
That was the year that the Lakeside was won by Christian Kist. Do you remember that year? Really interesting
100.
year where Christian beat Tony O'Shea. And that famous year where Ted Hankey made his exit from the BDO.
140.
Well, Gary Stone, who did not play badly against Kevin Burness in his last match, did suffer defeat by 4 legs to 2. Averaged 90, but just missed a few too many doubles, but wasn't given a massive amount of chances at the start of the match, it has to be said.
95. Gary, you require 81.
Another good scoring performance at the start of the match here from Gary. But he misses the single 12. And he wasn't going for the treble there, he was going for the single.
$42.
I think he's missed another single.
Martin, you require 83.
Maybe his head was just a little bit scrambled after missing that big 12. Bullseye.
58.
Wire shaver from Martin Adams.
Gary,
Gives Gary Stone a chance
39.
to break once again. Double 16.
Game shot.
That is a brilliant dart from Gary Stone. You can see that sometimes with those bulbous darts that he can get collisions and blockers. But on that occasion, he used it to its full advantage.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. $81.
There's been a lot said about Scottish darts in 2021, with Gary Anderson maybe winding down in some facets of his career. He doesn't play everything on the tour anymore. Peter Wright, of course, who is
45.
edging closer to world number 1, but being fended off really well by Gerwin Price. John Henderson,
100.
now a World Cup winner. Some other Scottish talents on tour, like Ryan Murray. Not to mention Alan Suter. And some others coming through. We've seen a lot of Scottish talent here this year. Jamie Clark, who had a very good challenge tour. Darren Beveridge had a great challenge tour. Greg Ritchie was a breath of fresh air here.
140.
Scottish darts has always delivered. Can't imagine how many times
81.
Martin Adams has played against Scotland for England. In home internationals, in Europe Cups, in World Cups.
44.
In individual matches. He's only played Gary the once
55.
in a competitive environment, and that
Gary,
was at the Lakeside 9 years ago.
136.
Could be a 136.
120.
Great attempt. And that would have been Gary Stone's biggest finish of the year. Currently stands at 135. I'm forgetting he's 142 earlier. What's wrong with me?
55. Gary, you require 16.
You hit that against Richie Burnett. Double 2.
12.
Just messing around with the doubles a little bit more than he wants. last thing Gary needs is misses at double to chip away at his confidence, which is brimming at a nice level right now.
100.
Doesn't want to feel more brittle
Gary,
than he needs to be.
4.
Got to loft this one over the top.
No score.
Not able to, and Adams can steal this one.
Martin, you require
For a break of throw. Oh, missed 17. So they've both missed a key shot at a single in this match
42.
so far.
Gary,
And
you
Stone
require 4.
can't miss again.
No score.
But he does.
Martin, you require 40.
What a golden gift this
Game
is.
shot on the second leg.
It was
Martin
pretty
Adams.
much the way that Martin said it was right there, as if to say, I shouldn't have got a shot at tops, but I did. So if you're going to give me a shot, I'm going to take it. It's 1-1.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
These two have met at the Online Darts Live League plenty of times, and it's curious. They've met 8 different times. Gary Stone won the first
100.
5. And Martin has won the last 3. So it's happening in streaks.
91.
So looking at the efforts of these two players against each other, before this match began, and before today's play, of course, I would have said Martin Adams was winning this
100.
match because of the trend he's on.
$57.
Best performance from Gary Stone in coming into these finals was an average of 100.5, and it was against Martin Adams back on the 30th of August.
125.
A win of 4 legs to 1 and 50% on his doubles. That was as good a display as we've seen from the Scotsman.
55.
But his challenge has wilted in this match based on those misses at doubles in leg 2. They really have played their part here.
$76.
You might ask me, what do you do in this spot after all those missed doubles? How do you get things back? You've got to go back to square one.
100.
You've got to take a deep breath.
Martin, you require 100.
Remember a good process of how you were throwing at the start of the match and start again. That's all you can do. Tops for 2-1 for Adams.
60.
And he will be back for it. That is extraordinary.
Martin,
He's hit
you
very
require
little in this
40.
leg, and then he comes up with a 174. It's probably in vain.
Game
and
shot
is.
on the third leg.
That is
Martin
not going to
Adams.
please Gary Stone one little bit, that 174. He has to wait before he starts on leg 4, but he is now behind after taking a 1-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. $140.
It doesn't matter which sport you play at a professional level. It will frustrate you till the day you pass away. But one of the reasons why you love it is because it's not perfect.
45.
You can't go through a career in a perfect fashion.
81.
I love this game more than any other, but it has broken my heart a few times, and I'm sure Gary and Martin can say the same.
60.
It's how you respond to adversity in-game that defines you. We saw that with Scotland yesterday. They were 3-0 down in the pairs and they won 4 legs to 3. So Gary Stone, who had the better start here, has got to almost use that kind of game as inspiration to try and stop the rot against Martin where he's lost his last 3
60.
encounters with him.
$100.
Gary Stone was scheduled to defend his Modern Amateur Darts Scottish Championship this weekend.
41.
But I think he's got different
Gary
plans now.
require 120.
Because if he makes Champions Night, I think he's going to have to go for that. Cool matter of £7,000 up for grabs.
44.
Look on the bright side, Gary. You're 219 ahead. He's still shaking his head. Oh, darts players, just negative creatures. We've all been there. We've all shaken our head
Gary
at the end of the stage.
76.
At the end of the hockey. Just got to try and cheer yourself up. And that's not going to do it.
36.
A second missed single of the match. All will be forgotten if he hits tops. Just needs to clip this first dart.
100.
And all those misses in leg 2 will be
40.
completely a distant memory.
Game shot on the 4th.
Just like that.
Gary Stone.
It's amazing how the game can change. It is 2-2 now. And you can see that in this middle phase of the day, we're seeing a few players maybe who need to get a long day under their belt.
Game on.
The more you play these long days, the easier they become. It's a bit like someone who is very fit
100.
but hasn't done a half marathon in a while. Once you've done a few and then you do the competitive one, it seems a lot easier.
140.
And for everybody who took part in the Great North Run over the weekend, who raised a lot of money for charity, I commend all of you. A couple of friends of mine did it as well. Who raised some fantastic money for the Stroke Association.
$93.
Martin knows a thing or two about raising money for charity. He is a huge brand ambassador for the prostate cancer charity in the UK. Wears that symbol wherever he goes, and he is a fantastic ambassador for that charity.
100.
Good switching, but he needs another treble and gets it.
128. Martin, you require 121.
Massive leg, this one. Martin looking to protect on the bullseye.
96.
He doesn't get there, and Stone's got an outside
Gary,
shot for a break.
140.
He does leave tops.
Martin, you require
This one is
25.
finely poised. Double 8. Gary Stone could barely look.
Gary, you require 40.
Now he looks back at a double that was good to him the last time he was here.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the
once
5th
again.
leg.
It's
Gary
a 14
Stone.
dart break for Gary Stone. And even though at points in this match he has been forlorn and disappointed, he has now got the lead back.
6th leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
He won't have a better opportunity to win this match. Because if he does lose this leg, he'll have to break Martin again.
$85.
Martin decided not to compete this weekend in Celtic at the WDF event.
59.
Deciding to pick and choose where he plays his darts. I'm sure if he hadn't made Champions Week, he might have gone there. But can you imagine the possibility
100.
at 65 years of age playing 2 or 3 days of competitive WDF action, then possibly another 6 straight days after that?
134.
I think he's managed his time pretty well. You cannot play everything these days in the darting calendar. You have to take those constructive breaks.
85.
And from now until probably mid-February, there's darts every week. World Championships, Grand Slam,
81.
Players Championship Finals, Grand Prix. You name it, you're going to get it. And of course, the Online Darts Live League will be here all the way to just before the Worlds.
36. Gary, you require 170.
It's for the match.
$96.
And that's good. He's already had a 74 checkout today. And he will know that. Look at that look on Gary Stone's face, as if to say he knew exactly what was coming.
Gary requires 74.
But the destiny of this game is still in his hands. 13 bull. Double 12. That was a gamble.
62.
I'm not really sure who he was looking for there, because that was, and he would admit, a bad dart at double 12. He's shown the way, as this one goes all the way to leg number 7. Double 12 gets us to 3-3 then, so Martin Adams will throw first to see who wins this one.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've seen some good averages today. 96 in the last match from Jared Cole. 95 from Kevin Burness. 97 from Gary Stone.
100.
In his first win of the day. This one is a mid-80s match. But we might have one last flourish.
140.
And I commend Gary Stone for that 140. After missing a match dart and Adams starting with a maximum, he could have easily wilted.
50.
But I think that 140 response from Gary Stone put pressure on Adams.
59.
I'm not sure that was the right play with the last dart. Should have gone to the 18s. Now he has to be really crafty from 302.
140.
Adams is good on that 60 once again. Stone's got a switch. And he didn't need to. That was courageous, if not foolish. Treble 13. Would have left himself 91. On double 16 for the match. But Gary Stone, 2 treble 18s for double 7, and 1 would give him the bull. 2 or 3 occasions in this match, he's just been short
82.
On singles and certain treble shots.
Martin, you require 40.
But not having the darts in leg 7 could be costly.
Game,
and that was the case, as
match.
Martin Adams finishes that one up by 4 legs to 3 with a 13 dart hold, and he gets his first 2 points of Monday. That is his best performance of the day so far, but there is still room for improvement. 40% on checkouts and an average of just shy of 87. It is a sign of improvement, but if he can get out of today with 6 points, he'll be very pleased indeed. We're past the middle portion of the day, and Robert Owen and Kevin Burness will now grace the hockey to see how their challenge progresses. did say that this one is a question of how their challenge progresses. Well, so far today, it hasn't been too bad because they haven't been defeated. So, match number 3 for these. How will it go? 3 players on 4 points, as you say. But Burness and Owen are undefeated. Burness top by 1 leg, as you can see by the difference there. +6 over +5. Well, this one is a straight shootout to see who is top of the table going into the final 2 matches for all players.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Robert Owen has been very good today so far.
60.
Both of his averages in the 90s. 99.93 at the start against Jared Cole. Second match, 91.3. But 57% on the doubles was the telling factor against Richie Burnett. Looks like he's been going to the same hairstylist as Gerwin Price.
83.
Getting the old highlights in the hair. Massaging his inner Slim Shady.
100.
I tried that once, got it horribly wrong at a Grand Slam one year, which is definitely the faux pas of my fashion career.
96.
Where one year I had bleach blonde hair and a tartan shirt on. What was I thinking? Just for that alone,
65.
I deserve to be eliminated from the group. That dart did not deserve to be eliminated from the 60. Burness will have to recover after that one, as Owen starts on the 18s here.
92.
Effective.
$55. Robert, you require 170.
We haven't seen one from this cluster of players yet, and we're not going to get one now.
42.
Well, Burness will hope for 2 trebles here to get to 2 dart range.
140.
I didn't mind
Robert,
the treble 18 switch
128.
or the treble 20 stay there. But Robert's not going to like those 2 darts.
8.
In fact, he's not going to like all 3.
Kevin, you require 98.
Treble 18.
78.
He gets tops at the end.
Robert, you
If
require
only he had left
120.
tops. Robert Owen is hoping to leave tops. Just seems to be underpitching the dart at this point in
60.
time. Needs to recalibrate maybe.
Kevin, you require 20.
Kevin
Game
Burness
shot on
does
the
not
first
need to
leg.
recalibrate
Kevin
because
Burness.
he has found himself a break of throw in leg 1. He does look very good. And if he gets a bit of a jump on everybody, he could be very hard to catch.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I remember back in phase 2 when he registered that huge average of 117.2.
60.
He was actually in the same group as Martin Adams that particular week. But he didn't get through Group A, even when he was playing his best darts.
60.
But he did get through Group B.
$140.
And he did so undefeated. A rather remarkable thing to do. One thing we haven't seen from Group A is someone come through undefeated and winning all 15 games. The record is 13.
180.
3 players have won 13 out of 15 games. Martin Thomas, Mike Warburton,
140. Kevin,
and
you
Chris
require
Gilliland.
121.
Doesn't have to go 11 for Bull.
81.
Maybe it was the treble, just in case he got that one. He could go for double 14. But a lot of players would have gone for maybe treble 7 there.
60. Kevin, you require
Does find
40.
himself on top still for a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot
that's
on
what he
the second
finds.
leg.
Burness
Kevin
looking
Burness.
impervious to anything that anybody does today. And you've got to say from this position, he is the favourite to be top at the end of Monday.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Robert's performance level has done a bit of a swan dive. But that's the right way to arrest it.
180.
Burness is just doing Burness things. Averaging 91,
140.
67% on doubles. The amount of times I've seen him do this in 2021, uncanny. But as for the entire
100.
phase that we are in phase 4, Burness winning 70% of his games, averaging close to 90.
140.
This is a performance level that he's very comfortable with and can maintain. So if your form dips to the level that Robert Owens has been
100.
doing over the last couple of legs, Burness will expose you. Just look how much that single 5
Robert,
did
you
not tick
require
him off.
121.
He understood that a 1-2-5 was a good score there. Another missed single.
81.
We saw plenty of that from Gary
Kevin,
Stone
you
in the last
require
match.
96.
And we've just seen maybe a costly missed single there for Robert Owen.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on the third
fantastic
leg.
from Burness.
Kevin Burnett.
Not his first 11 darter of the day, but that was destructive from Iron Man. It has not taken him very long at all to get to 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
2 breaks of throw, and he's not looking back.
100.
He's already top on leg difference. But if he gets to 6 points without response from the field, with a 4-0 win here,
32.
he will be miles ahead in leg difference. Because not only will he get to +10, he will decrease Owen to +1.
180.
We know that Burness can average high, but that 117 was not an isolated
81.
incident. In phase 4, he has a personal best of 107.36. He is not that far away from it in this match.
140.
Take care of that 81 and 2. He might just beat it.
60. Kevin, you require 81.
What does he want to do? Treble 10. And just sets it up, but only
49.
just. Oh, that was close to the 60. Way too close. There was a puff of the cheeks there from Kevin. I think that was as if to say it.
190.
That was way too close to the bust shot.
Kevin, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game,
And he does
shot,
find a 14
and the
darter
match. Kevin
to finish that
Burnett.
4-0 win. He is definitively at the top. He doesn't beat his personal best average for the phase, but 103.66. That is still incredible stuff from Kevin Burness, who looks really fresh, really energetic, and ready to possibly win this group. We're going to take a short break after that one. Brilliant performance of the day so far, as we're going to see Richie Burnett against Martin Adams next. What's not to love about that? Hello everyone and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Been a spectacular day so far and nothing as spectacular really as that last performance from Kevin Burness. He's at the top of the table, but two people in pursuit are about to go toe to toe. Two legends, Adams and Burnett, right now. You can see their predicament is not a good one. No points for Burnett after 3 matches played, and as you can see from that table, everybody has now played 3 matches, so it's a very fair reflection of how their day has gone so far. Adams stole that game against Gary Stone in match number 8. He hasn't had long to let it sink in.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
That last performance from Kevin Burness took, I think, a shade over 7.5 minutes. This one could go all 7 legs. But even at this early stage, if Burnett has any ambition of getting to the top of this group after Wednesday, he's going to have to register 4 points
100
by the end of today. That's the predicament he's in after suffering 3 defeats out of 3.
100.
Now, at the start of the day, if you'd have said to Richie, you'd have 4 points at the end of the day, he'd have said, not happy with that. If you said to Richie now that he'd have 4 points
30.
at the end of the day, he'd be cock-a-hoop. He'd be ecstatic. You can't go into Tuesday with just 2 or even 0 points.
140.
Not against this calibre of a field. We're talking about people with confidence right now. People who have won groups. People who have won weeks. People who are registering ton plus averages. And getting high doubles percentages.
140. Richie require 164.
Got some time here to take care of business. I'd stay on the 60 here. Absolutely the right thing to do.
132.
Perfect. If Richie had hit the bottom portion of that 60, he might have moved to the 18s, but the lie was so good.
60.
He's backing himself
Richie
for this one right here.
32.
And I expect him to get it. Double 8. Very good indeed.
Leg.
Just a little flick on the
Burnett.
flight there from the outside shot of double 16, but that was pinpoint for a 15 darter for Richie Burnett, so a very good start for the Welshman.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've been blessed this year, not just with some great players, but you've had the insight of
60.
some of the best up-and-coming referees in the sport as well. Charlie, who has refereed at Lakeside before, and may do again. Big follower of the sport
60.
and a superb referee. Big shout to Owen Binks and Andy Walsh, who did some great work last week. And everybody who does some refereeing, commentating, or indeed
80.
the stuff in the back that you don't see. Everybody deserves a bit of credit, as well as everybody who tunes in. And maybe everybody who just
38.
can't get enough of the Online Darts Live League in 2021. We do have some regulars from around the world who always tune in, and we always welcome you.
140.
I am pretty sure that there are a lot of people tuning in to watch this match and this match alone, because it has a certain cachet.
140.
Multiple world champion against a former world champion on only one occasion. but multiple finalist, of course, Richie Burnett.
$100.
They've been doing this for over 30 years.
$100.
A little bit later in the week, we can maybe talk about some of the battles they've had throughout their career. But Adams has got time on his side this time. He's going to go for it, is he? Yes, he is. Oh, that was good stuff from Martin Adams with Richie Burnett on 163. As soon as he goes for the big 11, he wasn't messing around. Pop. Out she goes.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
The interesting thing is, in recent form between these two,
140.
They've played so many matches, but against each other this year, they've played 6, and it's 3-3, which really does intrigue, doesn't it?
60.
These two are the biggest hitters in Live League Darts this year. They've played the most matches.
140.
Richie's now played 166 matches. Martin's played 172. There aren't a great deal of Centurions
100.
when it comes to the Online Darts Live League in 2021, but 4 of them are in this group. That's Cole, Burness, Adams and Burnett.
140.
Burnett being the biggest 180 hitter of the lot. I don't think that's a bit of a surprise. He has always been noted as a big 180 hitter.
43. Richie require 81.
Whoever has the throw seems to get a lot of time when they're in the finishing zone. Just don't go low here. That's a great shot for double 18.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well tidied up.
Richie Burnett.
Beautifully done by Richie Burnett for a 2-1 lead. You can see that treble 10 from the left-hand side of the oche was a lovely shot. And revisiting the right side of the oche for the double 18 was the right thing to do.
On.
Other players in Champions Week who have a lot less experience this year, the likes of Johnny Haynes. As we get Martin's first match maximum. Johnny Haynes, Nick Fulwell and Connor Scott have all played 14 matches.
44.
A bit more experience for the likes of Chris Gilliland, Rob Collins, and of course Chaz Barstow, a Thursday and Friday night specialist. Will he be a Saturday night specialist once again?
100.
I maintain if Chaz Barstow plays the way he did at the back end of last week, this week, there is only one winner. He will not be stopped. And Chaz Barstow is the only player
83.
who has made the Champions Week finals every time. In 2021.
81.
A remarkable statistic.
Martin, you require 138.
But Richie Burnett has made Champions Week every time. He's always in Champions Week with a chance.
$98.
Very tidy from Adams. Forcing Burnett to get the maximum, to get in the finishing zone himself.
60. Martin, you require 40.
Tops it is. Getting ever so closer.
Game shot on
And
the
very,
fourth
very
leg.
good indeed for
Martin
2-2.
Adams.
I mentioned that this one was 3-3 in the head-to-head record for 2021. Someone's going to have to take the lead, but who's it going to be?
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just had some communication from one of our backroom staff, the ever-present Mark Walker. Some incredible statistics he's been throwing my way throughout the entire year. He deserves
140.
an incredible amount of credit for that. He has shown me all of the Centurions in 2021. Some other notables. Colin Osborne with 149.
85.
Fallon Sherrick with 146. Mike Warburton with 109. Richard North with 104. And Aaron Monk and Conan Whitehead with 102.
100.
But this match signifies something very significant indeed. It's Martin's fourth match of the day, which takes him to 173, making him
140.
the man who's played the most games this year, overtaking James Richardson on 172.
100.
Is Martin Adams going to have one of those weeks where he plays the maximum amount of games and is the first person to play 200 games in the year? Based on his league position
100.
and the people he's up against,
Richie
I think he's going to have to play a lot of matches.
161.
Sensible from Burnett to leave the two darter. You'll fancy it when he returns. Both playing well. Adams averaging 93. Burnett a couple of clicks more.
60.
And he has the better position.
Richie require 96.
Great first start.
Game
Superb second.
leg.
And
Richie
dispatches
Burnett.
leg 5 in 14 darts. And there's a bit more of a bounce in the step there for Burnett. There's no exasperation. There's just eagerness to get on with the job.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The stats keep coming. I'm informed that James Richardson has played 981 legs.
100.
But Martin's already gone over 1,000. He's played 1,014 before this game began. So already he is into his 1,020th leg. He's going to have to go some to stop Richie Burnett here. But that is a slip up from the former England captain.
$85.
Things are very tight. You just sense in this match that maybe someone's going to miss a match dart before the game is taken.
100.
Curiously, I'm just looking at the highest finishes of the entire year for all of these players in this group. And
58.
None of them, not one player, has hit a 170 checkout. In order to take one, you got to leave one. $100. And Martin can't leave it. Got to get the 145 here, Richie.
100.
The second treble 20 would have given him the cushion of a 25 in bull to leave a finish. But he still needs a slip up from Adams, which is not going to come. That is perfect from 171. You couldn't ask for more. How many times has he done that in his career? Get the perfect number and then take out
59.
the sixth leg to take us all the way.
Martin, you require
For the third
40.
time in 4 matches. Double 5. Oh, it's
30.
a chance. If Burnett gets this first dart
Richie,
in
require
the top half of this 60,
156.
he could hit this. Just under pitches it.
56. Martin, you require 10.
Double 5 once again. Couldn't ask for a better guide. Has the guide got better or worse?
5.
I think that flight on dart 2 was in the way.
Richie, you require 100.
He could take 96 in 2. Can he take a ton in 2?
Game,
Yes, he
shot,
can. And
the
that
match,
is a break
Richie
of throw
Burnett.
to win by 4 legs to 2. It is huge for the chances of Richie Burnett in this group, because if you lose 4 straight at the start, I think you are looking at the exit door. Superb to finish that one off, and he gets first blood against Martin Adams for Champions Week. Good contest. 86 average for Martin, 91 for Burnett is a little bit of an improvement, but I suppose he has played better than that statistically today, but he got the win, and that's the most important thing. 10 matches down, and we're about to go into Jared Cole against Kevin Burness. Could Jared Cole be the one to stop Kevin Burness in the next match? You'll have to stay with us to find out. Ten matches down, so that's 2/3 of our action completed. We are about to go into the final furlong. 5 matches to go, and we're going to start with our undefeated person at number 1. It is Kevin Burness against Jared Cole. Let's have another little glimpse at the table, which will, I'm sure, materialise a little bit more over the coming days. But Burness with the ideal start, and will be full of beans after that 4-0 victory against Robert Owen. averaging just shy of 104. Cole in second spot has had a good day so far. Somewhat shell-shocked after losing in the first game against Robert Owen.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But he has recovered brilliantly.
$140.
I'm going to be fascinated to see what Jared Cole can do here against a Burness who seems to be in a very good place.
60.
And remarkably, every leg that Kevin has played against the throw today, he has won.
137.
That is an alarming statistic for this field. I suppose it does help that you've had 2 4-0 victories, and he's the only person to have won 4-0 today. In fact, he's only lost 2 legs against Gary Stone.
92.
And there were 2 breaks of throw for Gary Stone. A remarkable statistic.
98. Kevin, you require 132.
On the flip side, Jared Cole is 8-1 on his own throw and 7-1 down against the throw.
92.
Well, Kevin wouldn't have been pleased with that single, but it was a single. And it does leave him tops after 12. He's maintaining that really high level of performance.
59. Kevin, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game
Just such a lovely rhythm about what he's doing right now. He's got no stress whatsoever in that arm. The head is clear. He knows what he's doing. He's full of confidence. He's going to take some stopping.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
So when you think that Jared Cole has
45.
only broken throw once today, and the way that Burness is playing, you'd have to fancy that Burness is a big favourite to win this match.
60.
I think it's fair to say that Jared is not at his brilliant best today so far, but if you were to offer him in a deal or no deal situation 6 points from the day, I'd be really interested to hear his answer.
140.
6 points at the end of day one is definitely not you out of the reckoning. But the likelihood is you're going to be staring up at somebody else.
48.
Richie Burnett is now off the mark, of course. And he's in exactly the same position
43.
as Martin Adams on 2 points. And Gary Stone's there as well. So there's a bit of a scrap going on in the bottom half. But as far as the top half is concerned, it's these 2 that are the strongest horses so far.
$54.
I see the logic in what Jared just did there. He was going for the 25 to leave the 170, but he gives Burness 6 starts from 199. Kevin is going to have the chance to keep this streak going
100
of not
Kevin,
failing to break the throw of his opponent so far today. Double top.
95.
And he misses. I'm surprised.
Jared, you require 76.
16 surely for tops.
Game shot
And for the first time today, Kevin Burness cannot break the throw. And you have to say, with a 21 dart hold, the chance was there for Kevin to do it. Unfortunately for him,
it's Kevin to throw first.
He's going to have to focus on his own throw this time. Now it's Jared's turn to try and turn things around in breaking himself.
60.
It's hard enough to beat Kevin Burness when he's confident, when you've got the darts, but it's Kevin who has the start in this one. What's also difficult is playing in week 4 of a phase.
100.
Coming second in Group A last week, second in Group B, then second on finals
58.
night. That's Burness I'm talking about. And then having one day off, and then coming back into Group A again.
69.
What he's trying to do is exactly what Sean McDonald did in Phase 2. In doing 2 straight weeks and getting to the final of the entire phase. Sean McDonald came up short. He lost to Richie Burnett in the final. But the amount of games he played in 2 weeks was extraordinary. And Burness is going to have to do exactly the same if he doesn't win this group.
111.
Just shy on that treble 17. He thought for a second he might have caught the bottom corner.
71. Jared, you require 132.
57 needed for a shot at the bull. He's already hit a 1-3-2 in this phase. And he almost gets a second one.
Kevin, you require 40.
The entire field is 50% on tops today, but that's just improved as Kevin Burness takes the lead at 2 legs to 1. Just doesn't look like he's going to miss too much. Even when he does miss, you know for a fact he's going to get it next time.
4th leg, it's Jared to throw first. 60.
Just another sign of strength from Ironman. 50% on doubles. First 180. 2-1 lead. It all reads well. I would not be shocked to see another 9-darter at some point this week. Just a small reminder of something I said earlier, is that we are on a streak of 9-darters. We've had a one in the last 3 weeks. Just looking into the strengths of the players as well, which I think makes for interesting reading. Almost 70% of all doubles hit this year have been on red doubles. And this is another one. And yet another red double on 10s. And that is another red double for a 3-1 lead. I just do not see anybody stopping Kevin Burness today. He's only got 1 leg to go against Jared Cole. And his final challenge is against Richie Burnett in match number 13. He could well do what Jared did in week 2 in getting a perfect 10 points on Monday.
121.
I suppose it does make sense that more red doubles are hit than green ones. Tops, 10s, 18s, double 8, all of the usual favourites. The only spoiler there really is double 16. And even double 12 and double 14 are red. So when you look into it
41.
in a little bit more detail, it does make a lot of sense.
$95.
Jared Cole's position on 4 points is good right now.
99.
But without a victory in this match and the possibility of being beaten by 4 legs to 1, his leg difference is about to change
100.
potentially. From +1 to -2. There is a long way to go, but on Mondays, we do usually find someone who steps up and says, I want this group more than anybody else. And that person is Kevin Burness.
57. Kevin, you require 100.
Just laying up now. Doesn't have to go tops.
60.
And the man who still has the possibility of making the World Championship this year by playing in the Tom Kirby Memorial Tournament, a title he has won before, is now on tops
Kevin,
for a 4-1 win.
40.
Double 10 yet again.
20.
I think his face tells the story. He was surprised he missed. I was surprised that he missed that one as well. That's a really bad dart from Jared. He's fixed the situation, but he's only got one dart at double 16. Really well done. A great chin shot there from Jared Cole, because sometimes when you throw those bad singles, it can haunt you for the rest of the visit. But he fixed it, and that is a break of throw.
6th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
The pitfalls of that shot on the single 20. He almost hit the treble 5, which in turn means he almost hit the treble 20, which would have bust the whole lot.
60.
We have seen players lose from 3-0 up. We have seen many players lose from 3-1 up.
58.
That's the beauty of best of 7. You're never safe.
85.
And of course, Burness has had a chance to finish this one off already.
96.
Bit of a Ronnie Baxter feel about the Jared Cole darts these days with the black and white Union Jacks.
100.
Ronnie Baxter, not someone that we hear a lot of in the last 2 or 3 years.
100.
But we're going to hear a lot about Jared Cole. Could he possibly snatch this away from Burness? And he says no.
180.
He's the only one who's hit a 180 in this match, and that is his second.
58. Kevin, you require 76.
To get the job done. He's looking at tops again. Oh, he's gone for double 18. I'm surprised he went that route, but it was
Kevin
a prudent
Burnett.
plan, because he has won by 4 legs to 2, and he bolsters his position at the top of the table. It's up to everybody else to catch him. Another solid performance, 95.68, 40% on checkouts. That's a B-game performance from Kevin Burness, which is worrying for everybody else, especially when his closest challenger is only averaging 82, and he's having to do 67% on doubles just to stay in with a chance. Great stuff from the Northern Irishman. 4 wins and possibly a 5th in his future. Gary Stone will now take on Robert Owen. Both a bit shell-shocked after their last couple of performances. So who's going to get the win in this one? Everybody is playing catch-up today. We've only had 4 games from Kevin Burness, but we haven't had a defeat from him yet. So the chasing pack, it's over to you. And first, it's over to Gary Stone and Robert Owen. There you see a 4-point gap for the first time. And Burness, when he plays against Burnett in match number 13, he will have the opportunity of the perfect 10-day. But Robert Owen now is the closest challenger. It's been a somewhat
First leg, it's
flummoxing day
Game on.
for Robert, really. Started with a brilliant display against Jared Cole. Then a 4-2 victory over Richie Burnett. He's on the end of a 180 at the start of this one. But the one thing that really did shell-shock Robert Owen is losing 4-0 to Kevin Burness back in match 9. That match was less than 8 minutes.
81.
That was his last game as well. But the good thing for Rob is the fact that he's had 2 games to let that one sink in. And he can make adjustments coming into this game here with Gary Stone, who was one of 3 players on 2 points. But Gary's leg difference is fairly healthy for somebody only on 2 points. And his position after 9 darts is really healthy too. What a way to start this match. 2 180s in the first leg.
43. Gary requires 60.
Double top.
40.
There's not really been a great deal wrong with his scoring today. But he has missed a few doubles.
76. Gary require 20.
Just wants to polish it off really quickly, without any stress.
No score.
But that happens too often. And he's under pressure all of a sudden. He cannot afford to miss it this time. And he doesn't. It's amazing. Just amazing how many times that happens. I've been there myself. You've got a huge lead in a leg. Then someone hits a 180. Then all of a sudden you think, oh, I've got to hit this.
Second
and you
leg,
do.
it's Robert to throw first.
The landscape of this match would have been so different in leg 2 if Gary Stone had missed that double 10. Then Robert Owen had taken out his 42.
96.
But as it stands, there's less pressure on the shoulders of Gary now that he's hit that double 10. Doesn't have any experience of playing against Robert Owen from what I can tell. They've not met in Challenge Tour, Pro Tour, BDO, WDF, nothing like that.
140.
They live in different countries. The likelihood is they haven't played in a local league match or indeed a local tournament. But there's a 162. Beautiful from Robert Owen. Great thinking.
$95. Robert, you require 143.
That would have been some conversion from 305.
59. Gary, you require 170.
This would be some conversion here. Has he got enough room? Oh, what a dart for the bull. That is a special finish from Gary Stone. You will not see a much better 170 checkout than that because he had very little room to fit that second dart in. That was an elite finish from an elite player.
Game on.
He just doesn't show us enough.
45.
When he's on, he is extraordinarily good. I've seen it with my own two eyes. And his own worst enemy sometimes is himself.
83.
There are players out there in the darting cosmos who have the talent.
140.
But they doubt themselves too much. They don't have enough belief. Gary Stone is one of those players.
83.
I remember playing Gary Stone at Q School back in 2017. It was on the
96.
Sunday. He was still trying to get his card. I'd already secured mine. And I thought, I know how important this match is to him. Let's see if we can test him.
85.
I went on to win my card outright that day because I had no pressure on my shoulders, but I could see the weight of the world on Gary's shoulders, and I exposed that.
123.
One of the reasons why elite players these days are so good is because they're used to having pressure. If Gary Stone can find a way to be okay with pressure, we will see the best of him.
97.
And we are seeing the best of him right now.
57.
Because this is a proper performance. The scary thing is, if you'd hit double 10 a little sooner in the first leg, this average would be absolutely massive.
60. Gary, you require 40.
Tops.
20.
Not quite. They weren't poorly thrown.
Robert, you require
they just weren't in.
145.
Robert Owen is getting that sinking feeling.
105.
He's not playing bad darts.
Gary, you
but he
require
is being
20.
beaten.
Game
And yet
shot on the
again,
third
he's on the
leg.
cusp of
Gary
a 4-0
Stone.
defeat. This time it's Gary Stone who finds double 10 a little bit sooner than he did last time, but the opportunity for 4-0, this could get him back in the mix.
It's Robert to throw first. $140.
I was talking in the last match about Jared Cole possibly taking 6 points away from Monday.
134.
And how he would feel about that. Well, if you offered Robert Owen 4 points before the day started, he would have said absolutely not.
100.
But there is a possibility that he could walk away from this day with 4 points after winning his first 2 games. That's even worse.
58.
The next visit will tell us more about the counting ability of Gary Stone. Because Robert Owen is on a finish.
140.
That's the problem with going that way.
Robert, you require
yes, it's good getting the 60, but you need to use the 19s first to give yourself the best opportunity of leaving a finish with all 3 darts.
89.
Robert sensibly leaves double 16.
$45. Robert, you require 32.
Should be 3-1.
Game
And
shot on
is
the fourth
beautifully
leg.
done from Robert Owen, who gets his first leg in a little bit of time because he was defeated by 4-0 in his last match, and he's stopped the possibility of that in this game.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Can he now poke at any fragility in the game of Stone?
100.
He hasn't shown much in the way of fragility, but the strange thing is, in this match, I've just noticed the averages, and Robert Owen has a bigger average
81.
than Gary Stone right now by about 2 points. Oh, how the averages lie sometimes.
140.
He's got to stay accurate, otherwise Stone is going to have a fantastic
60.
advantage, which he still maintains here of around 100. This time the counting is good. It is exceptional. One match per player left after this. Gary Stone will finish up against Jared Cole.
140. Gary, you require 130.
And he could finish the day on 6 points if he wins this one and the next.
58.
The destiny of this game is in his hands. You can't ask for more than that. Top right corner. Surely. Right in the middle. What a dart.
Gary, you require 72.
Is he going to get a dart at tops? Yes. One dart for the match.
52.
All the credit has to go to Owen for the pressure put on that shot, though. That was a phenomenal 180. But it's double 19. And he finds it as well. That's going to make Gary Stone laugh a little bit. Maybe on the outside he's going to be laughing, but inside he's going to be burning, thinking, oh, I wanted to come back for double 10, but it's not the case.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes I get the feeling that Gary's almost got the mentality of certain players who think that the world is against them. Even when he hits double 1, he's going to hit the double 19. It tends to happen when you're not having your best
100.
day. It's not so much a favourite story of mine, but I remember playing Danny Noppert in
60.
Dublin. We were having a belter of a game. It really was an elite game. And it was my first time playing Danny Noppert.
140.
You want to talk about bad luck? I'll show you bad luck. Danny Noppert's got 64 after 12. I've got 68 after 12. It's 5-all. I go for 60 for double 4. I hit the wire of the 60. Then I'm forced to go 18 bull. I hit the 18 and then the bullseye bounced out. Then he took the 64 on the third dart. That is bad luck.
57.
Got to make your own luck most of the time.
123.
And that is making your own luck. The destiny of this leg is now in the hands of Robert Owen.
81.
Good response.
Robert, you require
He would have loved another 40 points on top of that to get into 2-dart range. But 1, 2, 3 is very, very gettable.
97. Gary, you require 123.
Not anymore.
83.
He's done well to leave tops. But he needs an error from the Welshman.
Robert, you require 40.
How does he hit this? How does he hit this? He can't see it. If he hits this, it could well be the dart of the year. I'm not exaggerating that whatsoever. This is almost impossible.
20.
Look at what he could
Gary,
see.
you require 40.
Very little indeed. So Stone gets the visit. And gets the win. And that is nothing more for Gary Stone than a wipe of the brow, because he was 3-0 up. He was almost at 3-3. And if he'd have lost that one 4-3 from that position, I think that would have had a detrimental effect on him for possibly the rest of the week. 92 and 27% on the doubles, but that high checkout of 170, without a doubt, the highlight of a great first half of that game for the Scotsman. One more game for everybody to go, but first, it is Kevin Burness to see if he can finish on top spot with the perfect 10 points. Hello and welcome back. We are now into the last game for every player today, so they are aware of what points totals are possible. And for Kevin Burness, what is possible is the perfect 10. It is fair to say that Kevin Burness has been the best player of the day, and he will remain at the number 1 position, but with how many points? Another win here against 5th place Burnett, sorry, I knew I was going to do that at some point. And he will create a gap that will not be closed until maybe the middle of tomorrow, at the very most. I suppose at this point, we have to ask the question, is he going to be caught at all?
83.
Let's just have a look at the overall averages for today, going into the last match for everyone. Kevin Burness averaging 95.85 for the day. That's 97. Very good indeed. Robert Owen 92.05. Gary Stone 91.49. Richie Burnett 90.79.
59.
Jared Cole 89.17. And Martin Adams at the foot of the table in the averages at 84.89. You have to say that the standard today, overall, which is 90.65 for everybody, that's very good. Kevin is not top of the double statistics, though.
180.
But he is now top of the 180 charts. That 10th 180 of the day puts him one clear of Robert Owen. And that is 180, number 40 of the day. Don't tell me that the standard isn't good enough at the Online Darts Live League. 40 180s for one day so far.
97.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Richie require 124.
Can he? Just checking to see whether he needed to go for the 14, and does. He's not comfortable. He should feel more comfortable now. Double 11.
102.
That was close.
Kevin, you require 82.
17 leaves tops.
62.
If he has missed tops today, it has been low.
Richie required 22.
This is the Adrian Lewis double.
Game shot on
and
the first
it is in for Burnett, who finds a break throw at the start here. He's the one who needs the points more than his person on the other side of the hockey, because Richie Burnett's only got 2.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
There are 2 different things going on here. One, Richie Burnett's trying to get to 4 points.
180.
As he equalises the 180 charts in this match. He's not only trying to get to 4 points, he's trying to stop Kevin from getting to 10.
100.
If there's an 8-point gap between these two going into Tuesday, I don't think Richie Burnett is going to be above Kevin Burness at any point this week.
190.
But if he's 6 points away, it's just a bit more likely that he's going to stay in touch.
60.
And Richie's confidence level
141.
could go up even more if he hits his second 9-darter of the year. He's had plenty of chances at it. He's hit one. He's missed one on double 18. And he's gone back-to-back on the maximums loads of times.
$60. Richie require 11.
He is playing very, very well in this match so far. And it is to the delight of everybody watching on from South Wales, and indeed Wales as an entire country. He's got so many fans as Richie Burnett, but he hasn't got a fan in Kevin Burness right now.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 60.
It's a funny old format, this, because you could have an obliterating 4-game record undefeated, and then you could be completely gubbed, in the words of Chris Mason,
100.
in your last match and go back to your hotel room just a little bit flatter than you thought. If indeed Chris Mason is tuning in,
140.
put your tablet down, Chris. Go and enjoy your holiday.
96.
I'll be fascinated to see what Burnett does on 305, because a lot of people think that the 25 or the 15 first start is the play. Doesn't matter if you get the first two 60s. Or why you went 19s, I've got absolutely no idea. You got everything right the first two darts. Admittedly, from a tactics perspective, it wasn't right.
43.
Just annoys me when I see seasoned players like these two leaving bogey numbers. And it could cost him the leg.
100.
It could cost him the leg.
Kevin, you require 158.
It hasn't. And we might have Burnett on 3-0 against the top dog.
Richie requires 66.
I'm not even going to talk about his average yet. I'm not going to hex it. Double 18.
Game shot.
Fantastic stuff from him.
Richie Burnett.
And believe it or not, with that 14 darter, his average has gone down. So that just gives you an indication of where it's at. Is it going to be big? And if it is, how
Richie
big?
To throw first. Game on.
This year, he has a best
140.
of 109.31, which he hit against one of his best pals on tour, Robert Thornton.
57.
Without looking into it too much, it's just a case of Richie easing his way into form on a Monday.
60.
And if he walks away from this with 4-0 and 4 points for the day, he will be very much in the groove
59.
for Tuesday. He's never really had good days on Mondays. He's a bit like Bob Geldof. He hates Mondays. But he might be a little bit like The Cure.
140.
He might be in love on Friday. This would be some way to finish your day, because it doesn't look like Burness has got any resistance left.
161.
51 for Bull. Go for it. Well, he's not gonna. But if he finds a 13 darter, this average is going to be gargantuan. It will be the biggest of Phase 4.
43.
Come on, Richie.
Richie requires
hit it first
32.
dart.
No score.
He doesn't hit it at all. He will be back for it. But I guarantee you, with 3 darts not registering any points
60.
there, his average has come down quite some
Richie
way.
requires 32.
Double 4.
24.
And he's missed 6 match darts. He's still got loads of breathing room. But he's not going to be happy about the fact that he's missed 6 match darts. He just wants to get over the line.
8.
That is now the 9th match dart, and he spoiled the average. Richie, what could you have done there? The average before he had a shot at the 32, believe it or not, as you can see, his average is just over 100 now. But before he went for that first match dart, his average was around 116. So he has spoiled that, but he has made his day a little bit better, of course, by getting his 4th point. And he has kept Kevin Burness to 8. So congratulations to Kevin for being the top dog today. But how close are everybody else going to be? First and foremost, let's get Martin Adams and Robert Owen at the hockey to see how close they can get. Penultimate match of today's Group A in Champions Week. And it does see Martin Adams have one more try to get 2 more points to add to his total for the day. And the same goes for Robert Owen. It's all smiles at the minute. Will it be all smiles at the end of this best of 7 encounter? Adams at the foot of the table. If he finds a win here, we'll get in touch with Robert Owen on 4. And that will make sure that 5 players are on 4 points going into the last match between Stone and Jared Cole. If Adams does get the win, it will be a shootout for second spot. For today at least.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I just had a text from Chris Mason, who was completely rubbing it in
41.
about the fact that he's on holiday. Chris, just for this 1 second in my life, I hate you.
140.
I don't really. I love you, pal. Have a great time. See you when you get back. But one thing that really has spoiled our day is the fact that Richie Burnett has just averaged 100.2. And it should have been, I've just done a calculation, it should have been, if he'd have hit double 16 first start in that 4th leg, 115.62. So his average in the last leg came down
140
by 16 points, pretty much. We could have had the 3rd biggest average in Live League history. In fact,
60
this year, 3rd biggest this year, because it wouldn't have beaten Boris Koltsov's from last year of 116 against Mike Warburton. But we have had that 118 from Jason Askew and the 117 from Kevin Burness. What are we going to get from this one? Owen's had a strange day.
100.
2 wins,
Martin, you
then 2 defeats.
121.
So he needs to stop the rot. Adams is very well known for closing things out well at the end of a league session.
83.
But he can't close out leg 1 in 12. Some of Martin's best performances have come in his 5th game of the day, where he's had plenty of time
60.
to assess his performance
Martin,
levels.
You require 38.
He doesn't split it. Does he hit it?
Game shot.
There's your
the
answer.
first
A
leg.
pure dart to the
Martin
left-hand
Adams.
side of that double 19. A hugely impressive thing to do. Maybe not under a great deal of pressure, but he's someone who likes to go straight for the double instead of splitting it around the board.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That's in direct contrast to a lot of players who don't even go straight for double 9. Players like James Wilson, Jamie Hughes. He'd go straight for the single 2. And in a situation like that, I would say that maybe 40 to 50% of the players would split it instead of going straight for it.
60.
But Martin is old school. Not that old school is a bad thing, because I think old school is cool school.
45.
I think we all treasure our darting talent just a little bit more these days. It's been
81.
a heartbreaking summer with the loss of Andy Fordham and Kyle Anderson. The likes of Martin and some of the other legends that we've seen the last few weeks. We are very grateful to still have them in our midst. I, for one,
81.
couldn't take my eyes off the Group B that we have with Gary Robson, Tony O'Shea and John Walton. That was a real blast from the past.
55.
What a spectacular group that was as well, going right down to the wire. Martin was involved in that group, and he came through it.
60.
You'll have to get in touch with us and let us know who you want to see. A lot of the spots for the next few weeks have been filled. There have been some additional modern amateur darts
44.
qualifiers taking place, so there may be some new stars unearthed. I wonder who they will be. We've already unearthed Connor Hennigan. What a talent he
45.
is. I said Hennigan, it's Hennigan. My friend Andy in Dublin will have my guts for garters if I keep pronouncing the G in that name.
121.
I thoroughly enjoyed today. I have to admit that some days you don't get the best from the players. And I think it's important to say that sometimes.
Robert, you require
But today,
140.
with all of the players averaging over 90, this is good quality.
100. Martin, you require 64.
Take this. And it's a really good sign of quality. Double 16. Robert watches on,
32.
but he can breathe again.
Robert, you require 40.
Come on then, Tony Braxton, breathe again.
Game shot
Yeah,
on
and
the
that's
second
exactly
leg.
what he does.
Robert Owen.
He hasn't broken his heart, and he doesn't want to unbreak it, of course. Well, I don't know why I went into that segue, but it is 1-1. So let's go into leg 3 before I go into some other 90s soul classics.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
You know you're getting old when
41.
both participants in the US Open ladies final are about 3 or 4 years younger than your age when you put theirs together. That really was a bit of a moment for me. But Martin's had those moments too. I don't think I'll ever forget the game he played on Keane Barry's birthday last year, where he was something in the region of 45 years younger than his opponent. That's what I love about sports sometimes. It throws up things that just don't seem possible.
140.
There's an old saying as well that you want to keep shooting your age in golf. Well, the last person to do that on the tour apparently was Arnold Palmer. When he was 71 years of age, he shot around a 71. Adams keeps hitting that 60 with the first dart. That's a bad sign for Robert Owen.
100.
He's not capitalising on it as much as he should. Average right now just shy of 89. But Robert is under 80 for the first time today.
100.
Maybe he's
Martin,
feeling a
you
bit
require
void after a
161.
couple of heavy defeats. Yes. No.
97.
Not bad.
Robert, you require
Looking for another
80.
chance at 64. Climb the ladder, Robert. One step higher.
Game shot
That's
on the
beautifully
third
done
leg.
from Robert Owen.
Robert Owen.
He's withstood everything that Martin Adams has done in this match so far, and he now takes the lead for the first time. And if he can get out of jail here
Fourth leg,
with
it's
6
Martin to
points for
throw
the day,
first.
I think
Game
he'll
on.
be very, very happy indeed. Things could have been so different in this table
41.
if Burnett had not beaten Burness in the last match and Adams wins this one. That would have ensured a 4-point gap at the top of the table. But
83.
if Robert Owen wins this now, we are assured of having Burness at the top and 2 challengers on 6 points, making tomorrow just a little bit more interesting.
100. 140.
There was a time when Stack Attack was making that semi-final in the UK Open 3.5 years ago, and he was famously saying he wanted to be the best player in Wales, and he came in for some criticism for that back then.
140.
I applauded it. There's nothing wrong with confidence. It's often misconstrued as arrogance. Robert Owen is not arrogant.
58.
He's someone who believes in his talent, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. It just so happens that Gerwyn Price has gone on to be the best player in Wales, and in fact the best player in the world. Adams with the perfect 180. They're the ones you want to hit. The ones that leave double with 3 in hand.
100.
Just when he needs it
Martin,
as well.
you require 40. Game show.
The average goes up a little bit with that 14 darter, and this one is tied at 2-2. It's not the same position that Robert Owen was in against Gary Stone a few games ago, but really now Robert Owen has got to put his foot down.
5th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He was 3-0 down against Gary Stone and brought it back to 3-2, and really should have.
180.
Got it to 3-3. But I said put your foot down, Robert. With that knee brace on your left leg, just put it down ever so slightly carefully.
95.
He's had as many complications with his left knee as I've had with my left elbow this year. And I sincerely hope, for Robert's sake, that that left knee is going to be all right in the future.
100.
We've also seen Dimitri Vandenberg in a knee brace this year. And that was a performance that really puzzled me at the weekend. Vandenberg for Belgium was non-existent.
180.
Anything but in this match and this leg. 2 180s in it, and possibly another.
140.
Almost surprised it wasn't another 180. Owen has lifted his average into a very healthy range
85.
now. But Adams,
Robert, you require 81.
up around 97 now. He's hoping that Owen misses this on double 13.
Game
But he doesn't. And that's a 12 darter. Well, I think he might have got some headphones in his ears, because I said put your foot down, Robert. That is very much an accelerant.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Everybody has made it difficult for Martin today. Every single opponent. Burness, first game of the day, 4-0. Just a really good start from Burness.
60.
Adams against Cole, that was tough. Cole averaged 94.5. Adams finally got a win against Gary Stone, but he was made to work very, very hard for it. And then Burnett was very useful against Adams, winning by 4 legs to 2. But Martin's got a very good chin. He can take a lot of blows.
140.
I, like a lot of darts fans who tune into the online Darts
58.
Live League and have tuned into Martin's career for the last 30 years, never tire of watching him play it. There are many players who I want to be successful at the Circus Tavern
140.
in February at the World Seniors. But I get a sneaky feeling that there's a lot of people out there who want Martin Adams to win that, so that he can say that he won a world title at the Circus Tavern.
Martin, you require
That's got a strange
161.
ring to it. That's a bit like saying right now that Phil Taylor could win another world title at Lakeside.
83.
The politics of the sport is in the past, hopefully. And we just want the best players under the same roof.
80.
And that's what we try to bring you here at the Online Darts Live League. 20 for tops. And no pressure.
58.
He will return. It's been a good performance from Adams. 98.45 was his average before that visit. And Owen is clinging on. He's just
97.
over 89.
Martin, you require 20.
But if Adams misses this, Owen's in. Big pressure on this.
Game
But he's
shot
been
on the
eating
flag.
pressure for breakfast
Martin
for
Adams.
3 decades. And that is 3-3 in this one. I think that's a fair result so far. But with Robert Owen throwing first here, another leg like we got in leg 5, and it'll be a win for him.
7th and final leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
If indeed Martin doesn't hit a 9-darter, of course. Which he has recent experience of.
43.
He's the only player to have hit a 9-darter this year and last year in the Live League. Last year he hit one against James Hubbard.
100.
And it was never really in doubt then, was it?
$60.
Seems like a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago. It was only a year ago. Where is the pressure now in this game?
41.
You'd have to say it's on Martin. You'd expect Robert to win from this position. But he's already got 4 points.
140.
Martin can only get 4 points.
$60.
In getting here, both of these players did not win Group A. Owen was second in week 1. Adams was third in week 3.
40.
They had to do it via 2 groups. The benefit of having Group A is that you get 2 cracks of the whip. But that visit will not please Martin whatsoever. Robert Owen's position is getting better. He's still got the darts and he's got a buffer. Great adjustment.
64.
But not a good last dart.
$125.
Super pressure from Martin Adams,
Robert, you require
especially after that 5.
154.
Only great players can do that. But this is for the match. For a second, he thought that that was nestling in the green, which would have left him tops.
130.
Now he just has to hold his breath
Martin,
and
you
hope
require
that Adams doesn't find
131.
this. And it's not going to happen.
$91.
Robert Owen does like double 12,
Robert, you
usually.
require 24.
They can barely be separated.
Game,
But the advantage
shot,
of throw
and the
for Robert
match,
Owen
Robert
gives
Owen.
him that chance to take the match. He gets 1 match dart, and that's all he requires. He finishes on 6 points for the day. A valiant effort. Adams with work to do. You can see that his average was better in that match, but averages don't give you points. It's wins that give you points. 100% on the doubles for Robert Owen. That is astonishing considering That was his last match of the day. He was up against a brilliant, brilliant opponent. So well done to Robert for that. We've got one match for you left in our roster for the day. And it's going to be Jared Cole against Gary Stone. It could well be the fastest game of the day. This is the last game of the day for the Online Darts Live League in Group A. It is Champions Week, of course. I've thoroughly enjoyed today. I hope you have as well. And I suppose for darts fans, you can feel a little bit sad now because only a maximum of 7 legs are left for Monday. There you see Jared Cole is in 5th position. But that will change if he gets a win here. He could vault himself all the way to 2nd. With a tidy win against one of his closest rivals in the middle of the pack.
To throw first. Game on.
Could be fast and fiery, this one. Neither player hangs around.
134.
And Gary will be feeling quite good coming into this one.
45.
He was left a little bereft after losing to Martin Adams in match number 8, but recovered really well in match 12 in beating Robert Owen by 4 legs to 2. And that's just been made to look a lot better with Robert Owen's 4-3 win against Adams.
70.
2 biggest checkouts of the day have come from these two. A 167 from Jared Cole and a 170
102
from Gary Stone in defeating Robert Owen. That was a bit of a peach. He looks like a bit of a peach today in orange.
140. Jared, you require 170.
Thought for a second there he was going to equalise the biggest finish
98.
of the day. I did say earlier on that there was going to be a 170 at some point in this group. I'm glad that somebody proved me right.
44. Jared, you require 72.
Jared should go 16s here. That's the second time he's done that today.
60.
The last time he hit double 16 on a 56 approach, he hit the double 12. But when he left double 6 a little bit
59.
earlier against Martin Adams,
Jared, you require 12.
he was phenomenal on it. That's a really aggressive shot as well.
Jericho.
He could have been a little bit cagey on that effort with Gary Stone on 143, but he didn't even look at the score. He just went straight for it and got it.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. $58.
As for Jared's day, it's been a bit up and down.
100.
Started with a down and losing 4-1 to Robert Owen, but no shame in that really, with Robert averaging just shy of 100. Responded
100.
well, beating Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1, the same scoreline that he lost to Robert Owen by. Narrow win over Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 3. And they were the last points that he got. because he lost to Burness after that by 4 legs to 2.
100.
When he's lost to a very good performance. Is that a sign that Cole is waiting
100.
to go a bit over the top? Now, the reason I say that is because as impressive as Cole has been in Phase 4, the one thing he has not done yet is average over 100. And everybody in this group has done that before. Bullseye.
91. Gary, you require 103.
This could be big. Double 12.
91. Jared, you require 30.
Double 15 for Jared Cole. Got to fix it. On double 6. And yet again, he splits the double 6.
Gary, you require 12.
I bet that Gary now has to equalise.
Game shot on the second.
You don't see that very often.
Gary
I'm not going to lie. I've been around this game for quite a long time, and I don't think I remember the last time double 3 was used to win 2 consecutive legs.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Anybody would think Richard Ashdown was in the building.
140.
If you don't know that already because you're tuning in, watching for the very first time, if you are, thank you for your company.
41.
Thanks for choosing us. But we call double 3 the Ashdown because of the world's best spotter's stature.
140.
He's not the tallest, but we love him anyway.
60.
Cole taking his anger out on that treble 20 after missing shots plural.
100.
To win leg 2 to get a 2-0 lead. As far as Champions Group A is concerned,
97.
these players have delivered today. I've been thoroughly impressed with them. This time he doesn't have to go the 51
89.
ball and sensibly lays up.
$98. Jared, you require 32.
Just wants to get rid of this with no messing. Doesn't need these fiddly little markers to negotiate.
24.
He's got time on his side, but he really doesn't want to keep missing. Missing doubles can become infectious.
100. Jared, you require 8.
Double 2.
4.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Gary, you require 105.
This is nothing shy of a bonus opportunity for Gary Stone. He gets the wrong treble. It was a positive try.
65.
I always say it. If it's below
Jared,
the segment you're
require
going
4.
for, it was a negative dart. If it's high, at least it had a chance of dipping in. Double 1.
No score.
And Jared Cole is handing this leg to Gary Stone.
Gary,
And it is on his own throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
I think the facial expression of Gary Stone tells a story there, because I don't think any celebration was needed or any smile whatsoever. He was almost embarrassed to take that leg away.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Allow me to mention just how much that will displease you.
96.
There have been times in my life where I have lost legs like that. They do not feel good. It's the equivalent of ordering the world's best Philly cheesesteak and someone has exchanged it for a cucumber sandwich. It doesn't feel good.
100. $140.
Nothing wrong with the trebles, Jared. He knows that. There's nothing wrong with this either. Got to move away from that.
138.
And he does the right thing eventually to leave the finish after 9. 167, of course, the holy grail
60.
number.
Gary, you require
3 167s would give you a 9 darter. That's the perfect 9. Will it ever be hit?
95.
Well, someone has hit a 9 darter on the PDC Tour by starting a 167. And that was Jamie Caven, but he didn't go for the second one.
Gary, you require 72.
For a 3-1 lead. Double top.
Game shot on the fourth.
He's 3-1 up.
Gary
and he's looking good to have second spot in the table by the end of this match. But there will be a proportion of Gary Stone thinking, I'm not really sure how I'm 3-1 up. Both averaging in the mid-80s.
59.
The scoring statistics don't tell a massive story. 180 for Jared, none for Gary. 3 140 pluses for Jared, 2 for Gary. 6 ton pluses for Jared, 5 for Gary. So there's not a great disparity in the scoring. But if you look at the doubles, 60% for Stone, 6% for Cole. That's where this match has been won and lost so far.
60.
One thing we do know as well is that Gary Stone had this very similar lead
59.
against Robert Owen. He should have been pegged back to 3-3, but managed to pinch like 6.
134.
But you may not have caught what Gary Stone did before that visit. He gritted his teeth so violently, just trying to manufacture a little bit of adrenaline. I don't mind that whatsoever. He understands league complexity. He wants to win this 4-1.
140.
And if he does, his leg difference will inflate to +5. Advantage Stone, 6 starts from here.
110.
No treble 18, so he can pick his treble now.
86.
It's a good approach. It hasn't been a vintage display, but it has been workmanlike.
60. Gary, you require 24.
To get the job done. And to be second in the table going into tomorrow, that double 12 is taken without any hesitation. You can see from the waving of the hand, the almost apologetic right hand of Gary Stone says to me that the middle portion of that match, it was given to him as opposed to him winning it. An 86 average and 67% on the doubles. That's the statistic that he should look at before he goes into his first match tomorrow, which, coincidentally, will be against Jared Cole in match 1. There's your table. Burness on 8, Stone on 6, Owen on 6 as well. And the others definitely not out of it, but there's more pressure on them than there is on the other 3 when we start tomorrow morning, which will be at 9:30 a.m. on the usual channels, the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, and of course the Online Darts YouTube channel. Wherever you've been tuning in from today, we thank you for your company. We hope you can join us again tomorrow. I will be here. Will you? This is the Asset signing out for now. See you on Tuesday.